I thank God. Straight from the mud, now it's time to get the pie. Swipe prison blood, you can see it in my eye. I thank God. Straight from the mud, now it's time to get the pie. Swipe prison blood, you can see it in my eye.
Yeah, apparently when it's playing the intro video for y'all, it mutes my mic. I think that's what happened on last night's live, why the volume was out, you guys said, for like 25 minutes. So thank you everybody who is tuning in. Thank you for your patience, because I was doing some more research, which is why I had to keep delaying the start of the live. But please let me know in the chat right now if you can hear me okay. Because again, when I'm in the StreamYard studio, it does not play the high vibrational music. I can't hear it actually playing in the background, so I can't hear the volume of my voice versus the volume of the background music. So y'all let me know, please. Put a Y in the chat if you can hear me okay. If you are having trouble hearing me, please let me know now so I can adjust that before I move forward. Good to see you, my good brother Cody. Definitely good to see you, Andrew, my other good brother. You know what, Cody, I just realized I forgot to set you. I'll get you set up in the studio probably after this live. Definitely good to see you guys. For those who would like to support my channel before we get started, do feel free to send any channel donations to my Cash App or Venmo. As I have told you guys before, I do not enable super chats nor super stickers because of the large percentage that YouTube takes. And considering that I am making rounds with my Stop YouTube Global Cyberbullying and Game Stalking petition, which, by the way, thank everybody who's been signing. Please continue to sign and share. Seeing as how I have that going on, I just don't see any point in enabling or re-enabling super chats and super stickers for them to capitalize at least 40% off of each one. And then with the memberships, they collect up to 60%. And again, I did find articles of people reporting their IP addresses getting leaked through memberships that they were signing up for and paying for through YouTube. So that's why I always have my Cash App or Venmo scrolling across the bottom of the screen. So if during the live you feel like you want to support my channel, feel free to send your donations there. I did also pin it in the chat, so if you're watching from the app, you'll see that information there. So I always want to make sure to remind people of that, because I've had quite a few people ask me, why don't I have super chats and super stickers, or like, I want to, you know, support your channel, but I don't see them. And I've told people, but it's like they don't pay attention to the pinned chat nor with scrolling across the bottom of the screen. So I figured each live I need to remind people that this is the reason this information's pinned. So if you do want to support the channel, you can. Also, do not forget to subscribe and follow me on Rumble. I just want to give a shout out to all of the new followers. I have officially hit 101 followers, so thank you to everybody who's been tuning in from Rumble and who have recently gone to my Rumble channel and clicked on follow and subscribe. Thank you to all the DzPeepz on Rumble, just as much as thank you to all the DzPeepz on the Tube. And thank you to the DzPeepz that are watching from Twitch and from Facebook as well. Thank you to the DzPeepz who are watching that have been attending my lives on TikTok. As long as it's not too late, I may do a quick live on TikTok after this one, or if not, I'm definitely planning to do one tomorrow, depending on how things go, because I do have stuff I've got to take care of during the day. And at the end of this live, I want to give everyone who has been reaching out regarding readings or questions. There were a few people on the first psychic reading live that had been asking additional questions. So essentially, when I do a live, your first question is free. Your first reading is free. Any additional questions after that, you do want to put your donation amount. Matter of fact, let me put it in the chat real quick, and I'll get back to y'all's comments in a second. You do want to put your donation amount in the chat after your second question. And that is 1111 for any questions. If you want to book a private 15-minute consultation, it's angel number 4444. For a 30-minute video consultation is angel number of abundance 8888. And for 1 hour, it's 14444. I do want to thank those of you who have already previously booked consultations, especially those who extended your video consultations during the reading. I have enjoyed, being able to assist you in your spiritual journey. And at a later date, I'm getting actually a link tree set up as well. That way on all platforms, it's just easier for you guys to locate, how to book your readings. But for now, simply send me your donation amount and then email or DM me once you send your donation and let me know, like, hey, D, I want to book a 15-minute reading, which would more than likely be an audio call through Instagram. So if you are not already following me on Instagram, be sure to follow me now at JustDeeShow. Also follow my backup Instagram page, JustDeeShow.official, and also do go follow my studio's Instagram, which is DMP Studios 1, as well as follow me at Aligned Manifestations by D. That is the platform that's dedicated solely to all of the spiritual resources that I'm going to be offering. So not just the psychic readings, but one-on-one consultations, spiritual protection against those who inflict dark spell work, as well as if you're wanting an ancestral reading, that will have to be a private one-on-one virtual session, and there is additional costs associated with that because of the energy that's required to channel. As those of you that have been following me for the past year, you guys have witnessed me randomly channel people's relatives without even trying to during lives that had nothing to do with readings. So for those who have witnessed that, I would love for y'all to be able to give your testimonials in the chat, and be sure to follow me there. Also, I'm so glad to see Jalen in the chat. Family, everybody put all types of balloons, put all types of congratulatory emojis. Our very own Jalen has graduated officially today from the Police Academy on September 22nd, 2025. Jalen, that is double 22, sir. So that's double angel number for new beginnings, collaborations, which was previously discussed, sir. And now we're getting even more divine confirmation with the date of your graduation, 9/22/2025. So the 5 represents new beginning, 2 represents new collaborations, promotions, as well as new beginnings. So congratulations, my love. And also congratulations to Cody on his graduation and being back in school pursuing the next degree. I just want to acknowledge both of y'all right now because we got some good brothers getting some good education, okay? So everybody congratulate our family member Jalen, and I'm very proud of you, Jalen. Like I said, I know you're about to go extremely far, and I see so many positive new beginnings. I definitely see very quick promotions in your very immediate near future, sir. You are going to go ridiculously far. And I'm proud of you in advance for what I'm already seeing. So thank you, family, for the congratulations. I love to see the love. I will scroll back up and get y'all's comments from before. But thank you so much for the celebratory emojis, and y'all continue to do that. She said, if you see me on the road, please don't give me a ticket. Shit, I think we all got that request, like, bruh, look out for us. But I'm pretty sure there's only so much he can do. But I am very, very proud of you. Because Jalen is one of our newer, younger family members, y'all. So definitely let's make sure we get behind Jalen and all the support. Jalen, if there's any content that you have posted, any videos, anything you want to share, just email me and send me the footage, and I'm more than happy to create a post for you on the channel timeline, just like I did when Cody graduated. So we are so proud of you. So very proud of you. So again, y'all make sure to congratulate our good brother Jalen on graduating officially today. Again, 092225. So we've got 9 representing divine alignment after an ending, and we've got 22 and 2, which is the 222 angel number. So I'm definitely going to show y'all about that probably tomorrow when I do another live dedicated to the readings. But 222 and angel numbers represents partnerships, new beginnings in partnerships, collaborations, promotions, new beginnings, new job offers, new job opportunities, and new beginnings in spirituality, awakening. So a lot of your spiritual gifts, Jalen, are going to end up being connected to your professional environment. And when you're ready to book another video consultation, let me know, because I actually have some new downloads based on the last conversation, but where you're getting ready to be placed in your career after graduation, you're going to connect spiritually with a lot of your coworkers, and all of y'all are going to be like this group of so-called conspiracy theorists that are actually just the chosen awakening. So like I said, when you're ready to do your next consultation, just let me know. I'll get you scheduled, after you send your donation. But I see nothing but abundant new beginnings in your extreme immediate career, sir. And I'm very proud of you in advance. So definitely a very positive way for you to represent the ancestors in your current generation. So we are extremely proud of you, Jalen. And again, anybody else who during this live, towards the end, anyone who has a question, wants a free reading, just let me know before I end the live and I will get your question. I am a clairvoyant psychic medium with over 35 years experience, successfully channeling, casting demonic forces out of people, places, and things, aiding in spiritual protection, aiding in spiritual warfare, aiding in healing, abundance, affirmations, being able to see into your past, present, and future and give you clarity. And for those who are questioning if you have spiritual gifts, if you're questioning that, then you absolutely do. What you need to do is explore whatever comes to you instead of living in fear of the gifts that you were born with. You were given gifts by the Most High God to use those gifts to bring healing to this planet. So don't embrace whatever gifts you have. But if you want guidance in even in that realm to understand what you're going through, because a lot of us are going through our own levels of awakening, definitely feel free to contact me to book a 15-minute, 30-minute, or a 1-hour session. But for tonight, like I said, you can have your first question is free. And then any additional questions after that are a donation amount of $11.11. So again, be sure, y'all that are not, to go on Rumble right now and click subscribe and follow, because that is the platform for all uncensored content. In the event during this live that YouTube decides to be on any sort of fuckery and terminate the live, we will continue on Rumble, because Rumble is uncensored. So that's why I make sure to have this on the screen at the beginning of the lives. That way, if you are not currently subscribed, what is you doing? Get over there right now to rumble.com/JustDeeShow and click follow and subscribe. Okay. What I really do and would love for y'all to do, what I would like and what I would love for y'all to do, is everybody that is currently subscribers on YouTube to all subscribe to me on Rumble, because quite honestly, y'all, I want to pull the plug on this platform because of the people involved that own the platform, and because of all of the gang stalking, cyberbullying, and censorship that goes on YouTube when it is truth tellers showing proof. Just like when they shut down my live on TikTok when I started. So, and I wasn't even showing nothing on TikTok. I was just talking about the satanic ritual calendar and connecting the dots to dates and, people I've investigated, and all of a sudden my live gets shut down for quote unquote misinformation. No, it's not misinformation. It's me speaking the truth. So again, in the event, any of y'all, if you're watching a live on YouTube, if you're watching a live on TikTok and it crashes, meet me over on Rumble. And if I'm on TikTok and it crashes, meet me over here on YouTube, because I'm going to almost always multi-stream to YouTube and Rumble simultaneous. Shout out again to all of the multi-stream watchers. So thank you to everybody that's on Rumble right now. Thank you everybody that's watching from Facebook and from Twitch. I'm going to start exploring doing lives from Twitch to grow my audience on there as well. I know that's more for gaming. I'm more of a mobile gamer, especially with Marvel Comics Contest of Champions. I dare anybody, male or female or non-binary, whatever your gender or your level of skill set in arcade fighting games are, I guarantee you I will demolish your ass in a one-on-one duel. So eventually I do plan to start doing content of me playing games whenever I actually have time to do it, which lately I just really haven't. But when I do, because I'm quite the gamer, I do talk shit while I'm playing my video games, because I grew up with male cousins that always challenge me and also talk shit. So I'm a shit talker, but I'm also a beast on every one of these games. So eventually that content will be coming. Y'all make sure to stay tuned on my studio's Instagram, as well as my studio's YouTube channel at DMP Studios 1. Let me put that in the chat, because I am writing, editing, and producing my first movie. And that movie is called Gog versus Magog. And it's just honestly talking about what we're going through in life right now versus what I was shown in heaven when I died and went to heaven and came back. So y'all stay tuned for that as well. I'm trying to find the link for my studio's channel, which I thought, there it is. I knew I had it saved in here. Okay, so make sure to like, share, and subscribe to my studio's YouTube channel, DMP Studios 1. Also, follow me on Instagram at the same, DMP Studios 1. I remember starting a TikTok last year. I don't even know if there's content on there, so until I get that page updated, I'm not going to promote that. But definitely go like, share, and subscribe on my studio's YouTube channel. That actually is my current portfolio. So all these different opportunities that I've been exploring, applying for, interviewing for, testing for, that YouTube channel is the channel that all of my content, especially my most recent edited content, gets uploaded to. And I would really love for y'all on this channel to support me just as much on that channel so I can get my subscriber count up and also get that channel monetized. Shout out again to the new subscribers. I've seen people subscribing after each live. I want to thank all of the new DzPeepz. Thank you so much for your subscription. Make sure y'all hit that link. If you have not subscribed, go on and hit subscribe, because you know that this is the place to get the real information, in addition to also some real shit in terms of spirituality. But hit the link, hit subscribe, turn on notifications to all, and then go on over to Rumble and hit subscribe and follow and turn on the notifications. And then make sure y'all get over to my studio's YouTube channel right now, please, por favor, and hit subscribe, turn on notifications to all. So thank you for the support in advance. Now, one more again, y'all make sure as you are coming into this live to hit the like, please, and thank you. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. Even the trolls who I know is finna be in the chat. I know all of y'all is watching, all the real rejects of YouTube and all the Jaguar Wright Garbage Pail members and all the other trolls and people who watch and report and all that. Look, let me be very clear on what this live is. We are going to complete watching my raw screen recording of about 22 minutes of the interview between Sam Jr., Jaguar Wright's son, as well with Tasha K, aka Tasha K. That's just my nickname for her, is Tasha K, because it's hilarious. I will never forget her in them fucking golden kitten heels and that butch hair. Just, you know, Tasha, look, if you, in 2025, it is just okay to live in your truth. Because your default fashion choice is always given butch lesbian. I'm not buying that you and Mr. Kiwi are an actual couple. That's my opinion. Also, before I go forward, let me make sure to put in the chat and to say out loud that all commentary on my channel is alleged and for entertainment, educational purpose only, outside of my real life experience. Now, what I have experienced with Jaguar Wright is my real life experience. That's why I speak on it. But outside of that, the things that I'm hearing in these YouTube streets, the things that people are discussing outside of if it's actual evidence that I do share screen and show you, it is alleged. Just like all video content that we are going to be reviewing is covered under the copyright fair use disclaimer, because it is publicly available on the tube. So yeah, I think we have about 4 to 4.5 minutes left to complete watching, because this again is also the video that Jaguar said was AI. Now, the reason I stand behind my editing footage analysis of Stormisha Bussy Alize Jenkins content is because it was indeed AI altered. There's literally no way to refute that. 5.5 hour analysis showed that beyond a shadow of a doubt. I don't give no fucks who believes it, who doesn't. I don't care. I need y'all to understand that as much as your thoughts about that whole situation mean to me, the same as the toilet paper I flushed down the toilet. So I don't give no fucks, okay? When it comes to this interview, from what I have analyzed, I really don't believe there's any evidence in this video that Sam Jr.'s voice was AI altered. However, it does look like whatever amateur did edit this content, Mr. and Mrs. Kiwi Studios, does not appear to actually have professional experience as an editor, nor does it appear that they have any sort of education from editing from school. Like it's horrible. I can tell that you guys use some sort of AI app to render this video that was shot in a professional, or what's supposed to be considered a professional studio. Why was there so much negative fucking black space? And it was hard to see Tasha K, and it was hard to see Sam Jr. Those are like just very minor, normal things that someone who calls himself a multimedia editor and producer of a network would have caught, cleaned up before it left for final, release for production. It just, do you even have a post-production team? Do you have a full production team, or is it just you and your husband and allegedly Storm Monroe using a bunch of AI apps to create content? Because there were multiple AI glitches. But unfortunately, the only glitch I saw during the time of which Sam Jr. was speaking was at the timestamp of 2 minutes and 48 seconds. I will rewind back to that timestamp to show y'all that. Outside of that, the rest of this that I analyzed, it flowed. So if it is AI altered, at least they did a better fucking job at editing, because the rest of it flowed. There was, I think, 1 or 2 other instances where I saw part of just the background in general kind of glitch. Again, as if maybe there was either buffering in the rendering of the video, if you actually did use computer nonlinear software editing on, either Final Cut Pro or Adobe Premiere Pro. I understand even about glitches in when I've rendered videos after using After Effects and Photoshop and Adobe Premiere Pro, and then you go and you save everything and you clip and sort, and then you go into editing, and then the encoder starts buffering, and then it starts to delay the rendering, and then that causes glitches in the final production. But that's why the post-production team then analyzes the footage before it actually is approved for publishing. See, again, I have told y'all how I've professionally done this for years. Now I'm showing you, by correcting what y'all aren't doing, how much y'all clearly don't have experience as professionals in this field, but yet had the audacity to question my integrity as an editor when I just told you exactly how to run your own fucking business. Interesting how that goes. So, before any of y'all ever say anything else about how I'm a fake editor, I just literally talked down and gave you the rundown of how your editing department should be looking at the content. It should go through at least 4 to 5 pairs of eyes before it goes into publishing. People who have experience in television broadcast production and television broadcast production editing and television broadcast production digital marketing know how it's supposed to go. And we're not using AI apps for the final rendering of our video content. I do all my video content on my fucking phone. I shoot it on my phone and I edit it on my phone, and I don't even use goddamn AI apps for no final fucking rendering of any of the videos that y'all have seen and do see currently on my current channel. See, right now y'all watching on the live tab, but when you go and you click shorts, every video on my channel I have edited on my phone. Now, some of the videos, the editing did start out on After Effects and Premiere Pro, and I use Adobe Photoshop. I enjoy Photoshop more than Illustrator personally, but most of my I would say about 95 to 98% of my content has all been shot and edited on my phone and then marketed on my phone. Don't know too many editors who have that type of versatility and editing skill set, and also knows how to edit a whole entire television broadcast network show. So nothing fake about my skill set. I've been doing this since 2003 professionally, and even before that with my mom's catering business as well. So I just think that as an editor, it was hard to watch that because I saw all the areas that could have made that production that much better. Something else I thought about, this rumor that allegedly Danny Robertson, Jaguar, and Tasha K are friends. You know what I thought about? At the same time, right after the February 9th events, cyberbullying, attacks, bullying, gang stalking, lies. At the same time that Jaguar told her followers to put out these lies and rumors, calling me a scammer, even though she knew she was and still is being investigated for multiple alleged fundraising scams on YouTube, on multiple people's platforms. When she told me about that investigation on her, is when her and both Danny Robertson started video content simultaneously, having all their followers out of nowhere just start calling me a scammer for no reason. And during a recent conversation, I was reminded, well, remember when you guys were aligned, how she always talked about everybody coming together to do a coordinated attack on a channel. I just don't think you and her are beefing. I think it's bullshit. I think maybe y'all are in a tug of war over Sam's energy because of how viral that interview went. And it didn't go viral because of Tasha K. It went viral because of Sam. Because that's your son, who knows you better than anybody else, including Tasha K. She's just a spectator like the rest of us. But that's your son who lived with you, so we are all inclined to listen to him over anybody else. Now, what I do plan to do, because when I first was analyzing the footage, because she kept, Jaguar just was adamant that this was AI. I remember when we were still aligned. D is just like the Storm Monroe content. That's all AI. I know my son didn't say those things. No ma'am, no ham, no turkey. Your son said all of that shit out of the mouths of babes. He gave you the best read that I have ever seen in all of my years of watching reality TV. That shit was golden. I would absolutely love to hear the uncensored version of everything he told Tasha K. I really would. Cause your son gave you a read, nigga. Like, he read your ass the fuck down. I mean, that was better than any roast I've ever seen. Hell, that was better than any roast me and you did together on this fucking channel when we had people laughing their asses off. I mean, he read your ass for filth in the most professional and then the expressions on Tasha K's face, like, this motherfucker low-key was really, like, being silly while being serious. Because the way she kept looking at the fucking camera every time he did, when he gave his 5 reasons for hating, he said, I love my mother, Jacqueline Suzette Wright, but I abhor Jaguar Wright, her persona. And then he listed off why. Ooh, child. I think we're going to have to rewind. I think I'm going to have to rewind. And, yeah, I'm going to start the rest of my reaction right from there on the good read part, because that's only about an extra 2 minutes, so we're gonna have about 6 minutes of watching the rest of. And again, this is a raw screen recording. I didn't even edit it. There ain't no intro, no outro. Because I didn't have time to edit it. So this is just like I did with storms. It's the same shit. I don't know why people feel like, if, you know, do people not realize that I was betrayed? It be the audacity of motherfuckers to say, how dare you betray Jaguar? Correction. If you have not seen the live, or you were not present in the live on February 9th, you can kiss my black ass with your tongue out and tell me how the fuck it tastes. Okay? If you have not watched that live and you got an opinion, you can kiss my black ass with your tongue out and tell me how the fuck it tastes. Because your opinion is completely irrelevant and based off of sheer ignorance. Anybody who witnessed that shit on February 9th and the following days and weeks that followed can fully understand why it's important to me to uncover all the bullshit as it pertains to Jaguar Wright. Because your days of deceiving people are over, man. I also looked up the status. There's been some movement in the docket. I got an email about the Parham versus Combs. Your request to be dismissed from the hearing has not been evaluated yet. I will show y'all screenshots of what they discuss. They are denying the sanctions that Drewski requested and that other people requested, and now the plaintiffs are being required to submit to the court just cause for denying the sanctions. Like, people are really trying to evade being involved in this hearing. And y'all, it's only 3 weeks away. We talking October 14th, and they have the time and everything scheduled. I'm gonna show y'all all of that. She swears she was locked up. Again, if you were locked up, why the fuck you don't want to go to court and prove your innocence? You showed up to Diddy shit and they wouldn't even let your ass in the court, I heard, in these YouTube streets. But you don't want to go show up for yourself? Can somebody make that make sense? You had to pay to travel with security guards that you claim your living expenses have increased. You said, I think, like $1,000 to $1,500 a day because you now got security with you and shit. Ma'am, security. When every time you talk about they, all roads lead back to Jaguar. You showed up the first day of Diddy's hearings, you and Gene Deal. And from what I was told, they said they wouldn't let neither one of y'all in the court, but definitely not your ass. That means you had to, and I did hear that. Several of y'all told me in the chat that I guess she was asking for donations to go to that. But y'all talking shit about me because I display my Cash App and Venmo for channel donations because I don't enable super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Because I'm not finna give YouTube that big of a percentage, and I'm not finna allow people's information to be potentially compromised on my platform like they've been on y'all's. Which again is why y'all are being investigated, not me. So trying to throw your fuck shit my direction as a distraction did not work. Y'all gonna start believing in my spiritual protection the more you see shit happening. I keep trying to tell people it ain't gonna ever be me doing shit to you. It's gonna always be you attracting it. And it's gonna always be my ancestors in the spiritual realm doing what they need to do. Any energy rising up against me shall fall by the wayside immediately and be destroyed. And it won't ever rise again. And chaos and confusion will come about the lives of those that send these evil intentions, and it will be reversed back to you 100,000-fold. Everything you sin is immediately reversed back to you. Archangel Michael and Gabriel and Uriel and Raphael, Oshun, Ogun, all of my ancestors, including the slaves and all of the angelic hosts and the people I'm connected to ancestors. Y'all really think you have some power because there is some sort of camaraderie in darkness because of that fucking pyramid? Novice witch, craft practicing witch, sisters of light, mother of darkness, grandmother, and all of your novices and, your degrees, your titles on a pyramid that's being flipped. The last shall be first, the first shall be last. The wealth of the wicked is laid up for the righteous. The meek shall inherit the earth. The true chosen are going to win this spiritual battle. It doesn't matter what y'all do. Every time you stupid witches come together and chant and do incantations, I hear you. I see you. And I'm automatically being protected from you, but you are not protected from yourselves. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing the same way and expecting a different result. If it hasn't worked yet, motherfuckers. And I'm even speaking to those of y'all in Des Moines, Iowa. All of y'all that's been putting out there that y'all are seeking my life because of me speaking my truth about being raped while a member there and being told to be silent. And when I tried to go to the police, the way that Bishop Jeremiah Reed responded was 1000% the truth. The accusations against Robin Andrews are still in litigation right now. Diddy got over 100 cases, literally over 100. Y'all thought the Cassie shit was it? There's a reason they're trying to get this motherfucker acquitted, because he got 100 more cases to deal with. I researched it. All them people from Busby, they still moving forward with all of their cases. The Cassie one was the media distraction. Her claim's valid. I'm glad she got her victory, but all of the publicity, distraction. Get everybody, all caught up in this shit. That way they're not paying attention to the laws that are being passed. They're not paying attention to the new one world currency being implemented into our daily digital system right now. They're not paying attention to the president being sued right now. Not just by the former Diddy prosecutor, by other people as well for the same type of accusations. President grabbed him by the pussy. Y'all little MAGA pawn, All of this focus on Charlie Kirk. Why? Because he was a MAGA supporter. Why are black young men being lynched in trees right now? Isn't that what didn't I just show y'all that? On the Charlie Kirk Live, I showed you where this man publicly said on Twitter that transgenders deserve to be lynched. Did I not point out the complete correlation to slavery? That's what slave masters said, that niggas deserved to be lynched. He sounded and felt like every slave master that my ancestors had to rise up against at 31, which means he was indoctrinated with that racist rhetoric and thought process. So, sir, They use you to incite a race war when it wasn't even a race situation. He was shot by a white man. And yet they've been targeting and threatening HBCU schools. Not alleged. It's all out in the media. Young black men were recently lynched right after he said that bullshit. Because he knew what he was truly saying. It wasn't actually just about trans. That was directed at black people too. Because y'all want so badly to bring back the 50s and the 60s. Well, let me tell you something. People who support Charlie Kirk, people who support MAGA, which unfortunately includes Jaguar Wright, the alleged Black Panther, and we all know Malcolm would never, ever coon the way your ass been motherfucking cooning. All of y'all praising this man who had rhetoric of hatred, racism, transphobia, and homophobia, talking about God bless Charlie Kirk. I don't think you mean the Most High God. Y'all might be meaning y'all earthly gods, but no ma'am, no ham, no turkey. Poetic justice is what occurred on September 10th. For anybody from that circumstance or that connection to him to feel away and target HBCU schools and target black educated students and to lynch young men who were getting an education means that y'all feel empowered by y'all racist ancestors. And just like you feel empowered by your racist ancestors, I feel empowered by every slave whose blood is running through the ground in this country, in every state. And as an empath, I feel them, which includes their rage for the way that they were killed. You know how many slaves were shot, lynched, beheaded? Even in Nebraska, where I'm from, how they used to make it a whole parade to lynch niggas at the courthouse and everybody outside watching and shit like it's a movie. Then they burn. This is not alleged. This is the history of Omaha, Nebraska, where I am from, the home of Malcolm X, which is why we take racism so seriously, because of what went on directly where we were at. That was the norm for everybody to watch, and they got the babies and the children around and they all lynching. Then they light the man's body on fire and burn it to a crisp, and then they tie the dead burnt carcass to the bumper of their car and they drag the dead burnt slave up and down Farnham, the main street in downtown Omaha. Even right now it even flows through Midtown. So Omaha now is very different. But during this time of the 50s and 60s that y'all speak about, Omaha, Nebraska was still segregated. Peony Park had a whites only sign when my mother took my oldest brother, my only brother on my mom's side, to Peony Park. See, again, we don't, where I'm from, we don't take racism lightly, and we don't support racist. And I don't support transphobic, homophobic hypocrites who have all been named and allegedly participating in activity that involves pedestry. I think that's why people like him, who have allegedly been accused of participating in pedestry, sodomy, and allegedly, activity that should never happen with children, I think that's why y'all tend to focus so hard on being homophobic and transphobic, because it's a way to distract yourself from your own guilt. Because some of y'all, the cremation of consciousness doesn't work. And when you do things, as Jaguar Wright said, on live, they make you do something bad one time and they hold it over your head and then they make you do it again. The next thing you know, you see people like her crying on YouTube saying that Diddy owns them. Then a whistleblower no longer blows the whistle. And the whistleblower starts doing a lot of distractionary content, controversy, clicks, views, drama, clout. And allegedly, people are saying, allegedly, you've been talking, they say that she talking to everybody else having bots, she's been buying bots. I'm going to be honest with y'all, I don't care about none of that shit, man. I don't give a fuck. If people want to buy bots, let them let people try to get ahead by fake means. Trust me when I say, true growth is consistent, even when it fluctuates. Sudden rapid growth is typically signs of bot behavior, allegedly. And if that is what people feel that they need to do for their platform to grow it, then quite honestly, that's just very sad. But to each their own. I don't care about that because unlike y'all, I'm not trying to dominate this app. I'm actually trying to move my entire audience off of this app and everybody on Rumble where I can honestly and clearly speak freely with no censorship, which is what my channel says in the description. Just D Show is raw and uncensored. But YouTube and TikTok want me to be censored. So when we get too deep into me exposing shit and things getting too real, yes, I will end the stream to YouTube, but we will still be active on Rumble. So with that being said, I'm going to be honest. I believe that there could be some truth to the fact that, yes, this interview that Sam Jr. did with Tasha K has some evidence of AI altered in terms of the final rendering. But when I analyzed all of the negative space, this time I did not find the glitches. However, the backdrop is black. So that does make it harder to see a glitch when the backdrop is black. For the life of me, all of the black negative space in that video should have and could have been edited out. Hold on, I'm trying to get ahead to actually show you what I'm talking about. Oh shit, I didn't mean to hit remove. Hold on, I'm just trying to skip ahead. Hold on. Hold on, I might have to remove it and add it back because the signal, I want to make sure the signal for the network is not struggling because that is a large file. I'm going to add it back real quick. Hold on, y'all. And let me put up my copyright disclaimer as well while I'm uploading that. Because again, all the video content that we're reviewing is for fair use and it's already available publicly on YouTube. Give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. So there is the copyright disclaimer explaining all video content being reviewed is being covered under the fair use clause of the Copyright Act. Let me work my way up on y'all's comments while that's attaching. I saw a premium select video where apparently Jag spoke on Charlie Kirk like, how did your paths cross, Jag? Y'all know she be watching my shit and regurgitating just like she did with goddamn Angie Stone. Went and literally repeated verbatim what I said during my lives and stole the content and the research that I did and tried to pass it off as hers. You know she don't never have nothing credible. She copies off everybody. Or as she says, well, it's fair to Jack. No, it's good to be authentic. It's good to be the original creator of your own content. Like the video, Come On Granny, that's some funny shit. Hell, why don't you do more shit like that? How about that? Be glad I'm even giving you a suggestion because you don't deserve it. But I'm just saying, that video was funny as fuck. They shipped it so I could walk by. That shit was funny as hell. You could do more content like that. You ain't got to keep tuning in to me, even though you tell everybody else that you block me and you can't stand me, but you watch me every time I fucking go live. The next thing I know, I hear about you, then repeated everything I'm saying on a bunch of... You took that story that I did on March the 2nd at the end of April and regurgitated it and actually used screenshots from my live on your thumbnails on all these other people's platforms that my subscribers is coming and telling me, yo, she's repeating verbatim what you said last night and passing it off as her content. So ma'am, if you want to know why the fuck I'm on your neck so hard on this investigation, it's for all the fuck shit your ass did. Dead ass. Because, you know, as much as you can be captivating and good at storytelling, you got a manipulative side to you that is exhausting. At least your son's captivating in a positive way. I could listen to Sam Jr. tell stories all fucking day and enjoy it. The shock and terror on Tasha K's face, I ain't gonna lie, that shit was comical. I don't know why they why did you, are you intentionally trying to look masculine? Tasha K, I heard that allegedly you, Stormisha Bussy Alizé Jenkins had alleged that you and your husband, that you be pegging and strapping him. And as a woman who's done that upon request in her past on some kinky shit, I gotta say, there is a great satisfaction in making a man your bitch when he willingly wants to do that. Now, with that being said, I heard that you allegedly have been bending over Shaq. Now, is that true, Tasha K? Do you be strapping your husband? Ain't nothing wrong with it if that's y'all's thing. Look, the male clitoris is in the prostate, so to each their own. But I'm just saying, you give off energy like you would bend him and Storm over it, and that you may have already done that. Maybe, possibly, you know, the YouTube streets been saying that shit since last year, actually since 2022. Just kind of a side roast. I'm just wondering, is that why you dress like, why do you dress like a bull dyke on your show? I don't understand if you got a husband. How is he attracted to that? Because you looked more like a nigga than Sam Jr. And I was like, is she wearing shoulder pads? Or have you, like, been in the gym bulking up? I was just confused. I was also confused at the angle of which the videographer set up the camera. Because, again, this is also an analysis of the entire situation. It gave extreme amateur. It gave this person has not done this before. It gave they're very new to this, and most definitely not true to this, because anybody who is experienced in how to actually create a successful setup of a set and a stage knows how to look at it from a 16:9 landscape view, because you're looking at it as if you're editing this on an actual computer, even when you're watching it as a video. When you're an editor, that's just how your eye works. So all the damn negative space, I'm like, they got what looks like black pillars in the background taken away from the center stage, which is supposed to be Tasha sitting facing Sam and Sam facing sitting Tasha. Instead, we have zoomed out content of Sam's hands. So every time Sam is nervous, you can visibly see his hands. And as an editor, you could have just cropped out that section. Like, there was so many errors. And as an editor, I have to point it out. Way too many errors for people that claim to be professional. So I don't want to ever hear none of you dumbass trolls talk any sort of shit, because what I watched should not have been the final rendered published version of that interview. What I am analyzing and what we're about to watch again, the last 5 or 6 minutes or so, it just gave, who the fuck did you just like hire your nephew or somebody? I'm like, for real, like, it's irritating when you are a perfectionist and an editor and you know that that shit could have been better. And motherfuckers got the audacity to say anything negative about you ever. When even my phone content looks better than that bullshit y'all put out there. If it wasn't for Sam, nothing about that interview would have been captivating graphically with how it was set up. And that's just my opinion, straight up. Now, with that being said, I feel like Sam did an excellent job in this interview. I do not understand all the haters in the comments talking shit about how he's creepy, he's crazy, he's just as crazy as his mom. What's wrong with his eyes? This kid is creepy. Jaguar has said that she believes Sam to be autistic. He says he's not. I have witnessed those same behavior traits in children that I've been around that are autistic. And if he is autistic, there's nothing wrong with that. Given the way people was going in on him, though, I can see why he would want to, deny that. Because of all of, I am just, unpleasantly amazed to see grown-ass adults picking on a young man based on the fact that they believe he's autistic. If you believe he's autistic, why would you make fun of him for that? That makes you look like shit, not him. It was really irritating seeing that. I was just like, wow, these motherfuckers is some assholes. But at the end of the day, everything Sam said aligns with all of the other accusations, as well as what has been named in this Parham versus Combs case that Jaguar has been named in, and that is scheduled for the court on October 14th. And I did check, and again, I don't see any movement on her petition she submitted on September 2nd requesting to be dismissed from the case, not to mention the fact that the judge has said no to all the sanctions of everybody else. So I don't think they finna let none of y'all out of this hearing. I think they're gonna make you go to court and prove your innocence, and they should. Honestly, they absolutely should do that. Neptune said, did you catch me trying to channel you earlier? I felt your energy earlier, for sure. I think I mentioned, I had mentioned you earlier as well, because at the end of the live, I'll be offering us, time for people to ask questions, as long as it doesn't go too late. But good to see you, Neptune Pisces. Thank you so much for tuning in, Ms. Williams. Cody, thank you again. Y'all, everybody that is currently on Rumble, make sure you go sign in right now. So that way, if for any reason this live gets stopped, because y'all know how they do when you start speaking too much truth, then we will continue, because we're multi-streaming anyway. We're multi-streaming on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. So if you are already on Rumble, go ahead and sign in just in case. Or if I do decide on my own to stop the live to YouTube, because when I know I'm about to go deep in the rabbit hole, I don't fuck with YouTube at all, because Rumble, I can be uncensored completely. For those who asked about the last live, when I did that, when I stopped, the stream to YouTube, you can see that entire full live on Rumble. Matter of fact, let me put that back in the chat right quick, so that those who are not following me on Rumble and subscribe can go and do so now. Make sure there's a link. Make sure that you go right now to rumble.com/JustDeeShow and click subscribe and follow. And again, shout out to the 101 followers. Thank you. Officially now, my channel qualifies to be enrolled in their partnership program that they have. That's pretty much just like YouTube's. They do require that you go live a certain amount of hours within 30 days. So that's the other reason that the lives where I'm not having to share any sort of content, I'm going to start doing from the Rumble app. That's why I did that tester live the other day, was to test out, how it is going live from Rumble. So y'all make sure y'all get over there. Make sure that you click subscribe and follow right now. That way, in the event they ever try to come for my live on YouTube, y'all know we're going to continue over there. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. He said, I got pulled over by the police for speeding, so I was praying to God and simultaneously channeling you to pray. You know what? Your ass silly as hell. But no, I did feel your energy because, like I said, I mentioned you in terms of the previous lives and things. Sir, first of all, I get it because I know that I tend to speed, especially you kind of have to out here in Houston to keep up with the flow of traffic. Definitely be careful on them roads, but it's hilarious that you was praying and trying to channel me at the same time. That is too funny. Oh my God. If you did pray for me, your energy and God's prayer worked, because the cops that he was going to arrest me, but he couldn't because he didn't have proof. And that's that divine protection when you in alignment. When you're in alignment with the Most High and you are in alignment with the right people that are actually chosen, blessings like that do tend to start flowing into your life. Just like when you go against it, you bring about your own curse. But that is hilarious. I just want to address the channel in me. I want to acknowledge that. Thank you for thinking of me in that moment to spiritually help you. And now that I know you speed, yes, sir, I'm going to need you to make sure that you keeping up with, get you a Waze app, because Waze will alert you when there's police close by you. And it'll even show you on the map, like, how close or how far away they are so that you can adjust your speed. Because I ain't gonna lie, I know I do it, shit. Especially when people are tailgating you and trying to run you off the side of the road. Glad to hear he didn't arrest you, but sir, please don't have such a heavy foot. Because we don't want you going to jail. Because I ain't got no bail money for your ass. So I'm just saying. But I'm glad to hear that they didn't arrest you. Cody says, same, he seems to be high-functioning autistic, so he is a very smart and capable person. He just has quirks and might be slightly socially awkward, but who isn't? Exactly. So yeah, again, good to see you, Neptune Pisces. Glad they didn't arrest you, sir. Miss Williams, again, good to see you. And I was trying to read this. He said, I saw a Premium Celeb video. Apparently Jack spoke on Charlie Kirk like, how did your paths cross at Diddy's, at Trump's, or does she just speak on... Well, she speaks on everything trending, but if he's a MAGA supporter, I'm pretty sure she knows him. Since she's been acting like she all up Trump's ass, I'm wondering, did she actually get up in Trump's ass? Because she says she performed as a dominatrix, and I showed y'all that VHS tape where he RSVP'd to the Diddy party, so... Can't say anybody lying on you, sir. Your face was on that video in 1998, sir. That's a long time ago. So her asking for $25,000 a month ago was AI too. Andrew, you messy. Andrew woke up and chose violence. Not you trying to roast, Andrew. We might have to do a quick roast session. You know what? We are going to do it. Not tonight. But we gonna do a roast about that asking for 25, because all of the lies in my Candy Burrs Tucker voice of y'all trying to call me a scammer for me advertising my Cash App and Venmo for channel donations, or when I've had to ask my subscribers for donations again because of, you know, the surgery that I need. For all of that fuck shit, and y'all making fun of my GoFundMe, like right around the time I actually got hospitalized. All of that whole ass shit. Plus Jaguar making fun of my bleeding after doing the bullshit. For all of that bullshit. And now for your own subscribers to be putting you on blast for asking them for 25K after you have been and still are being investigated for alleged involvement, as you even told me, in the grand larceny schemes, and they're investigating everybody connected to you on YouTube and how they were going to reach out to me. First of all, ain't nobody even reached out to me on behalf of you. Have I been researching you? Absolutely. Have I been doing more due diligence to study all platforms speaking on this subject? Absolutely. Because I'm finding a lot of dots connecting to the same source, and that source all leads back to you. So I ain't about to stop. For what? You can call it what you want. I call it poetic justice. And if anybody should be leading an investigative research to find out who the fuck Jacqueline Suzette Wright, aka Jaguar Wright, truly is, of course it should be me. Because I supported you on a foundation of what appears to just be complete bullshit. A lot of us did. All of us did. Let's be honest. Everybody in this chat. Those of y'all that are still over here that came over as Jagadies. Cody's one of them. Andrew's one of them. Neptune. A lot of y'all are still here from her channel. That witness all of this shit that I'm now telling these new subscribers that they just finding out about. I keep telling y'all, go back and look at my lives from February. And I'm not promoting her, but you can even go to her channel. I do believe that she still has that live active, because she don't realize how much of a legal problem that's going to be for her later. So if you asking your subscribers for 25K for this case and for the Penske truck case, allegedly, because I've been hearing in these YouTube streets, there's other cases that your name is coming up in. And not just yours. Allegedly, Drewski's name is coming up in more. DJ Academics, Charlemagne the God. Oh, we definitely finna speak on Academics and Charlemagne. Mr. Encouraging Rayford, as he got on y'all's Breakfast Club with you, Angela Yee at the time, and DJ Envy, threatening Fab with rape. And Charlemagne cheering him on. Talking about talk that shit, Ray. Not alleged. That video is still public. And the only voice of reason was Angela Yee. Like, why are you cheering him on? He's threatening a whole grown-ass man to be raped. And I know niggas that like niggas that rape niggas. That sound a lot like what the Diddler's being accused of. Then you went into detail, Rayford, about how you witnessed Suge Knight get some handlebars and allegedly sexually assault people. Again, how do you and Jaguar know all this shit if you wasn't present? Then you told the whole world on Twitch that you wanted to take showers and sleep with Kyle Sanat. Then you get on there talking about how your mom and Brandy don't want to accept you for who you are. Rayford, you're all over the place. But one thing is for certain, two things is for sure. You definitely give bisexual energy, sir. And I think, like Nicki Minaj said, you just need to come on out that closet and live in your truth in 2025. A lot of you rappers do. We already know. Because you're all doing terrible jobs of trying to hide it the more you try to hide it. Jonathan Hayes said that allegedly it's known in the industry that you have allegedly performed as a cuckold with Jay-Z and Beyonce. And apparently that same activity went on with Diddy, Cassie, and many other women. And Jaguar said she performed as a dominatrix at the Diddy parties, and that her and her girls had body cam footage. That she had unprecedented amounts of proof of her accusations, but none of that's been presented. Now, if you're saving that for court and it comes out in court, kudos to you on that. But if nothing comes out in court, then that would mean everything you've said is bullshit. So now it'll be a question of every other victim that comes forward, people questioning if what they're saying is real or not, all because of you. That's why this is so important to me. You don't realize, or you probably actually do realize exactly what you're doing. Like quite a few people have said in the comments after my live, they feel that you are allegedly paid opposition. I wouldn't put it past you or them to turn you into a weapon, use you as a weapon, and then discard you. And that's what everybody in the industry is saying. That's the real reason why you're, so mad at the industry, is because they claim that the industry turned you into a weapon, used you, and then just discarded you. And now you are basically seeking revenge, allegedly, because they made you an outcast, the same way that they did with Angie Stone. And I think that's why you did that interview with Paperwork Party TV at the Clive Davis party in California, when you went off on me, accusing me of giving away my location when I didn't during a live at the Airbnb. But yet you went and did a live interview with Paperwork at the Clive Davis party in the same hotel that Whitney Houston was allegedly sacrificed in, and then allowed Paperwork to state your location multiple times. But yet you went off on me when I never actually stated my location. So that sounds like something that probably could have, quite possibly, maybe have been planned by both you and him to clout chase off of Clive. Because according to Stone Paxson, when we were aligned and communicating actively in Instagram, and I still have all those Instagram messages, he said repeatedly that Clive Davis did not know you or Paperwork. He said Clive has never met either one of them. And I would know because Clive and my brother Vasal Benford are close. Again, I had never heard of Stone Paxson or Vasal Benford until Stone came into my chat. But he was very adamant. He said, no, if she's saying that shit, she's clout chasing. Clive don't even know her. He's like, so Clive wouldn't even have no reason to be threatening her because he don't even know who she is. Now, that's what Stone said about you, Jaguar. He said you and Paperwork both was clout chasing, and that Clive never even was trolling Paperwork. He said Paperwork more than likely made up a fake profile and did that shit himself because Clive don't know him. Or he said that's why they was at the party trying to get noticed, because it just didn't make sense. You got warrants, you've been laying low, you've been doing virtual interviews so that, the state of Texas don't find you and shit. And then you decide to just go in person and do an interview. And the whole time, Clive Davis was here. We at the Beverly Hills. I'm like, why the fuck? Because I remember I texted you and Odell, like, why the fuck is he giving out your location, bro? What the fuck's wrong with this nigga? But if what Stone Paxson said about you is true, that you don't know Clive and Clive don't know you, well, then that might explain why you and him did that interview, because he also told us that Clive Davis sent flowers up to his room. It was later confirmed that that was allegedly fabricated too, that never happened. They say Paperwork sent them flowers himself, A lot of content creators been saying that shit about you, bro. So again, you never know with these wannabe celebrity type of content creators what's real and what's fake, because a lot of these people are in all of this shit together. When she said that paperwork was her boots on the ground, I knew exactly what she meant, because my grandfather was in the military. My grandfather taught me a lot as an agent. So her connection to paperwork, after hearing the Goomba, what she also tried to claim was AI. Them voicemails did not sound AI at all. After hearing that shit, she said the Goomba Jaguar stating that they're not going to need me for this one, while explaining in detail what she knew was going to happen to Goomba's mom, to Nikki, her kids, and Goomba himself. And then hearing her say that paperwork is her boots on the ground would lead me to believe that maybe her and paperwork have participated allegedly in some sort of assassination and or possibly satanic ritual sacrifice. Maybe that's why all of these people started paying attention to my channel, because again, paperwork was not a platform that I followed. It was Stone Paxton, and honestly, Jaguar was the first person that ever even mentioned him. I had never heard of him either, because she asked all the family to make sure y'all announce on y'all's channels, I'm going to be doing an interview with this guy, Paperwork Party TV, and Shane Brown. She's like, Shane Brown is allegedly Whitney Houston's cousin. And I was already doing an investigation about Whitney Houston's sacrifice, because me and ODZ were talking about that and the gematria calculator. So of course I was interested in that. Oh fuck yeah, we all going over there. But again, it was Jaguar who introduced me to Paperwork's platform. It was Stone that kept sending me links, telling me to go watch this live, you know, do you make sure you cover this when you go live, and I'll tune in. Like basically having me to speak on their shit. And I didn't mind doing it, because I mean, it was interesting. I was watching to see how Stone was reacting to everybody. I was like, if this nigga goes and meets up with paperwork, then he don't have no spirit of discernment whatsoever. Now you claim, Stone Paxton, to, you know, follow Buddhism, but your behavior, sir, of the switch up was definitely giving passive aggressive feminine type of energy. And you know, people get mad, but the reality is, when men are when they're raised in single mom households, they honestly can't help but to develop certain feminine traits, because that is the energy they grew up around. That's the energy they were around all the time. So while they may be a man, they may or may not be straight, they may or may not be down low, they may or may not be bisexual, they may or may not be trisexual, they may or may not be asexual. Whatever it is, if you were not raised with a prominent male presence, you can't help but to have a little bit of bitch in you. And even though I do understand that, certain shit that you bitch ass niggas do has to get called out, because it's bitch shit. It's feminine ass, petty ass energy. Now I'm all for a good old roast. I've been doing them on my channel for a good hot minute. I love a good roast. I enjoyed the roast that Stone and Mish did about Jaguar, especially when we was talking about the sagging ass titties. That shit was gold. I will never deny that, just because I no longer support Stone's platform. But them roasts was funny as fuck, okay? So I was enjoying the roast. When I saw him switch up and start doing the same clout chasing controversy back and forth with Jaguar, at first it was cool, and then it just seemed scheduled. The random roasting seemed scheduled. The simultaneous roast were scheduled, because that's verbatim what Jaguar did. She started going live at the times I go live, and I pretty much always go live late at night. So when I noticed the same pattern, I said, okay, he's doing all the same shit. He about to switch up. Then he did. And I said, okay, both of them were clearly sent to create distractions, to get people to not take my channel and my content serious, to get people to sow seeds of doubt, select supporters that were constantly in the chat love bombing and D, you can trust me and I'm not a troll and I'm with you 100% and I love you D and blah 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 blah. And then next thing you know, them same motherfuckers on other people's platforms talking cash money shit about my ass in the chat. And all of them doing it because every last one of y'all I called out publicly for y'all being fake as fuck because you was being fake as fuck. And ain't nobody who's fake as fuck finna have direct access to me anymore. It's very easy to spam your phone number and never see your calls or texts. Very easy to block you and never even allow you to have access to call or text. It's that simple. That's how simple life is. Whatever I don't want to give energy to, I don't. Unlike you psychopaths that constantly troll pages of people that you know you don't like and that don't like you. And then you're mad at the fact that they're putting out content that is in opposition of you, but you don't acknowledge nor take accountability for your behavior that has caused us to want to investigate you, especially you, Jaguar Wright. Family, did I call it or did I call it in February when I said that everybody involved in the events on February 9th, that she was going to turn on them? I said, watch them all turn on each other. I told y'all that some people's dharma was going to result in their life because I saw multiple funerals. And recently I saw more. And I told you guys that's how I found out I was an empath when I was 8. So I started seeing people's funerals and then they would die. It's very unfortunate when a person does transition. However, if said persons were involved in or spearheaded the planning and the events that led up to February 9th, I'm only going to feel so much empathy. Because I told y'all that was going to happen because I saw it back then. My gifts of spirituality, my gifts of prophecy, my premonitions, my gifts as a clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient, claircognizant, psychic medium, empath are extremely real. And they are getting stronger and stronger the more I am healing myself. And not having a soul tie is amazing because I'm able to tap fully into my soul's energy. If I see a funeral, that's the spirit of death showing me what's about to occur. And I've seen 4 others. And I've only told one person. That way when it happens, there's a witness to, I gave you this on this date. It's never my doing. It's always the spiritual protection. I kept telling people when y'all was playing in February, you're not prepared to deal with my spiritual protection because my ancestors are ruthless, and they really are. I'm from the home of Malcolm X. Do y'all know who my ancestors are? The radicals, the rebels. Malcolm was the very definition of fuck around and find out and pull up on him. You think my ancestors is playing with y'all? You think the angels and the spirit guys, the ones in heaven that told me to come back and tell y'all all of this, is playing with y'all? You think God is playing with y'all? All of you mocking the Most High God? Blasphemy? Knowing that you're aligned with dark energy and dark demonic forces? Craft practicing witches and warlocks and wizards. Y'all think this is a game? You think spiritual warfare is a game? You think you can speak death over the true chosen and get away? I said I was not going to have anything to do with any of these people's demise. I saw people give in to demonic forces that consume them, used them and took them out. And some of them are going to be used, and they're going to some of y'all are going to be the masters of your own demise. That's the most I can say on YouTube. Anybody battling with depression, I encourage you to visit betterhelp.com. Not even as a joke, because of some things that I have seen. If you are battling with depression, please do not suppress it. The movie The Conjuring is very real. I told you guys I've successfully cast demons out of people at these churches that I used to be a member of, and buildings. I've cleared and cleansed a lot of people and energy. Demonic possession cannot happen unless you either A, give the demon permission, or 2, it consumes you through depression that leads to oppression, which leads to possession. What we witnessed on that video with the voicemails that Jaguar left, Goomba, were multiple demons. Legion is a multitude of demons that have attached themselves to a person. We were hearing Legion. That's why her voice kept changing. That's why she would go from crying to rage to calm to laughing to calling him all types of names and shit. Those were different personifications of demons. As a spiritualist who's a high vibrational that brings healing, of course I pray that she chooses healing, but right now you're under demonic possession because you've given permission. And every time you and Grace access the dark, I see it and hear it. Every incantation that Grace has done has been heard and blocked by every one of my angels and ancestors, and recorded, by the way. Grace, your end is unfortunately going to be tragic. Please get your life right with God immediately. I'm telling you what I saw in the 5D. I think it's time for you to turn away from the dark, because it's about to consume you completely. Y'all should really thank the Most High that I'm a high vibrational high priestess. Most people wouldn't even warn you of what they're seeing. I didn't just see it, I felt it. You're absolutely right. We tried so hard to warn him, and instead he got caught up in his ego. Because, you know, the platform's growing, you're getting subscribers, you're getting all of the trolls. And you don't even know it. But we know because of what we all witnessed my channel go through. And at a certain point, if a person wants the clout, let them have it. We know what comes with it. When those very same people that literally tried to scam me and Cody do the very same to you, you can't say that we didn't try to warn you, because we did. But your ego overpowered multiple of us literally trying to warn you, and it turned into, oh, she's losing subscribers and she's a hater. I don't give a fuck about algorithms, y'all do. So bullshit. People always don't value my loyalty until they lose it. That's why the fuck these people can't stop watching my channel, because y'all low-key still like my channel. You know that you can still get healing here. You know I'm going to dig and do research and show you true facts, and you know that I'm going to keep it a buck on my shit. Always. But all of these theatrics that all of y'all YouTube content creators have done, that have constantly kept my name in your mouth in a negative way. It's amazing how the authentic has endured every attempt to shut me down. Has not worked. You can come from my channel and videos. They're still going to be live everywhere else. And contrary to what y'all think, this very platform, YouTube, is honestly getting played out. People are moving and gravitating to a lot of other social media platforms. This is a good one, but I just feel like within the next 6 years, it's not going to be popping no more. Just like how right now all the older people, all the geriatrics is on Facebook, because Facebook ain't really popping that much for the younger generation, because everybody's on TikTok or Instagram, or, you know, those are the biggest ones: TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. So it's just like, to care about subscriber count and algorithms would mean that I'm invested in finding value in this app, and I'm not. This app has been created for my voice to be heard from the beginning of the time that I started it in July of 2021 until now. This is my shit that I built, raw and uncensored. If you don't like it, don't tune in. It's that simple. I don't need your bullshit comments about, oh my God, you speak so vulgar. Bitch, it says raw and uncensored in capital letters in my goddamn description of my channel. So you can kiss my black ass with your tongue out. Tell me how the fuck it tastes with your Karen ass. Blocked and deleted immediately. Multiple people. Oh my God. How can you talk about God and speak so filthy? Because I'm me. Just like Yeshua was, who was a whole thug. Y'all do know that Yeshua was black as fuck, with dreads, like, was not white. Hair of wool, skin of bronze, eyes of fire. Not Caucasian with brown sandy hair and blue eyes. Your Luciferian Antichrist depiction of Yeshua. Yeah, definitely gonna do a full extensive live about that and show you all of the evidence, because y'all really got us fucked up trying to take our heritage and our history and whitewash it and get black folks to follow that bullshit. Unfortunately, a lot of the descendants of the slaves still are. I'm not one of them. What's funny about that is that I had heard that him and Meech got into it. I don't know if that's true, because I had stopped watching his channel, but I had heard that from a few of y'all that had reached out to me and said that him and Meech had fell out, and then I guess later made up or some shit. I'm gonna be honest, outside of the roast, that shit was boring. That's why even when the shit went down, even though he tried to act like, oh, D was so butthurt, baby, you have to hold value for me in order for me to give a fuck about losing a connection with you. I straight up asked Stone Paxton in that live, not in the live, in the IG back and forth communication, I would like to know what led you to my channel, because if you go look at the history of my lives, you will see that the majority of my lives are covering, exposing the very people that you support and work for. Because him and Meech said that Jay-Z and Diddy was they boys. But you have all of these women who are following content creators who are speaking out against them. So how does that work? How do y'all support somebody who supports Jay-Z, Diddy, and Clive, but you've been on my platform and other people's platforms that have been exposing all of these men? What that says to me is that y'all have to be planted trolls that follow whoever either you're told to follow or whoever, you know, strokes your ego or love bombs you or does the same bullshit that y'all just watched happen to me. That's what's gonna be so crazy, is all these people that was talking shit, the same shit is about to happen to you, and some of y'all, it's already been happening to you. Try to tell you. You ain't want to listen. Then you called out Cody and tried to ban him. And I had to call you out publicly. Why the fuck is you trying to ban Cody? Because he told you that Amber was a thirsty troll. Please go back and watch my lives before February 9th and after. She trolled my shit. And I had to call her out, and she was cussing me all in the chat and calling me all types of bitches, and said in that chat, which I still have the screenshot of, that she was Sama. You got all these content creators having all these multiple pages and multiple personas, signing in, logging in as those different people and acting like they ain't, like you ain't logging in to 5011 different YouTubes and trolling multiple people's platforms, knowing it's your same stupid ass. And had the audacity to try to take credit for my alignment with Jaguar when Jaguar came into my chat of her own volition on October 20th, 2024. I had never even heard of Amber then. I only heard of Amber because of Jaguar. I only know about all of these real rejects of YouTube because of Jaguar. None of these people were content creators I had ever been in contact with, I had ever heard of. A lot of these people aren't even content creators. They just have a YouTube channel because they have Gmail and they troll people on YouTube. They don't even have content on their shit. Or if they do have content, it's weird as fuck. It ain't never them. You don't never see their picture. Then you got other content creators like Danny Robertson that don't never come up, but you talk shit about everybody. That's why I can't say whether you male or female, because I don't know. People say you a female. I don't know that. I ain't never seen you. So I'm just saying, like, all these people planted around my channel that I ain't never heard of until Jaguar Wright came along leads me to believe that all of y'all are connected to one another. That's the only thing that makes logical sense. Y'all all have to be connected to one another. Danny ain't your enemy. Y'all ain't beefing. Y'all plot and plan this shit for AdSense deposits. Just keep it a stat, bro. That's all that shit is. Hell, at least, look, one thing about Stormisha Bussy Alize Jenkins I can say for him, he has always made it known that he is only on YouTube for the money. And as fucked up as that is to a lot of people, hey, at least he know why the fuck he's on here and he owns that shit. Meanwhile, the rest of y'all be putting on, pretending and being fake and trying to get people to buy into your fake shit, and then got the audacity to speak on me because I actually am and have always been authentic. And because you wish you could be like me, but you don't even have it in you. And I keep saying you cannot compete where you don't compare, and you cannot duplicate authenticity. Either you are or you're not. And when you're not, it shows. Because your behavior switches all the time. But it switches all the time at the same point with everybody in the same pattern. It always switches up when you can no longer control them. It always switches up when they won't let you dominate them. It always switches up when they don't do what you say, how you say, the way you say. Your behavior gives that the accusations in this hearing could be real. You act like exactly what they talking about. So it's hard to not believe that shit. Now, I'm not going to say I believe it until I see evidence. I want them to prove evidence that they saying you was involved, and I want to see your evidence that you wasn't. Because until evidence is proved, it's all speculation. And he said, she said. But I think Jaguar Wright, that they got some real dirt on you, just like you said you have on them. And I think you done found out about what dirt they got, and now you trying to come up with this money for legal fees. And I'm not being subpoenaed to court for having any involvement in this type of shit, because I never did. But I'm definitely going to expose your alleged involvement if indeed it's true that you were involved, because we're talking about allegations of you allegedly participating in the transportation of women and also allegedly men and children being transported to multiple locations that Diddy allegedly held these parties, where people over 200 have went to Tony Busby with stories and allegations and cases that are all being tried in court back to back. So either all the victims is lying or all of y'all is lying. And as a real survivor, I'm definitely more inclined to believe victims over all of y'all. Now, if it turns out that there's evidence produced that any of these victims have lied, then absolutely 1000% they should be held accountable and exposed as well. But Jaguar, I feel like after hearing the shit with Goomba, after hearing you say and rewinding that shit to just confirm, yes, she did say they not gonna need me for this one, that sounds like an admission of guilt of possible involvement in assassination behavior. Now, I'm gonna say allegedly, but you said that shit out your own mouth. They're not gonna need me for this one. And detailed exactly how they were gonna take care of Goomba and Nikki and her kids and his mama. And from what my subscribers told me, because they did see your live. I didn't see it because I didn't even know about it until the day after you did it. But after you did that 12-hour live on Odell, after y'all fell out, because according to you, you said Odell left you with no money and no debit card, and he left and went to allegedly help Tammy Wallace overnight and never came home, and that caused a fallout and all this other shit. Meanwhile, Tammy Wallace told everybody on Stone Paxton's in his comment section that you allegedly bullied her when she didn't want to do part 3 on your Jaguar Wright show of her story, because she said you started behaving very aggressively and very obsessively and wanted her to say and do things she wasn't in agreement with. And because she didn't agree with you, she said you became abusive to her, your own guest, because she didn't want to do what you wanted her to do. You tend to think you can rule and dominate everybody. So if you didn't participate in assassin-like behavior, why do you always act like you can force people to do shit? I think that would mean that maybe a lot of what your own son said about you could be true about you being the spoiled brat and raised to be a narcissist, and you give narcissists all day, every day. I don't even think you realize it. It's possible that you might be dealing with narcissistic personality disorder, because those people really don't have the ability to see themselves. Maybe that's really what you're dealing with and you just don't know it. But what I do know is that everything that has surrounded my channel in terms of controversy from other content creators all traces back to you. Danny Robertson traces back to you. Tasha K traces back to you. Stone Paxton traces back to you. Paperwork is your boots on the ground. And Meech was a producer that it seemed like maybe y'all had fucked allegedly. I don't know. Y'all was acting like that lovers and friends with the banter. That was given either y'all fucked or almost did, because it felt very personal with the feelings and all the accusations and him, talking about your sagging ass titties and then Stone roasting you for it, and then, me with the Mrs. Chokes on dicks, and it was a good laugh and a good kiki. But afterwards, that shit felt very real. Possibly very staged, but also very real. Y'all definitely all kicked it together. And what tripped me out about it is when Stone first came to me in the DM and was like, why is this Jaguar Wright person speaking on me? I said, because you're aligning with me, and her and I are no longer in alignment. But no, the real reason is because all of y'all did know each other. And Stone, I still have the DM where you said that you did not know Jaguar. And then later down the road, you said you might know her from the Diddy parties. Did you forget that you said that to me? So wait a minute. First you ain't know her. Then it was you might know her from the Diddy parties. Which means if you might know her from the Diddy parties, and you were present, which you did admit to on your live, you've been present at some of the Diddy parties, and Clive put Vassal, the man you claim is your brother, and Diddy on the same year, I think that means that you fuck with Clive and Jay-Z and Diddy. And maybe you were an agent sent as well, because you are a part of the industry. You kept telling me about the high frequency, healing frequency music for, you know, the condition that I need surgery for. You kept expressing nothing but support, positive energy, gratitude. Thank you, D. Y'all make sure y'all do the, you know, Justice for Angie Stone. We all came over and supported. We shared your petition. I shared your channel just like I did with Jaguar and Odell and Natanya Rue and everybody else. I'm always being supportive off the rip because, again, I'm from the home of Malcolm X, where we celebrate melanin excellence and we actually do support one another. Everybody doesn't have an agenda when they genuinely support you. And those of you who spoke that shit about me all ended up being found to have had agendas for your fucking connection with me. So we see how inner guilt is constantly projected as a distraction. Because y'all know I didn't do shit but support y'all. Me calling you on your shit is what I do to everybody. Especially when your energy switches up and you start acting shady and you start acting sometimey and you start acting like you maybe could be sitting, you know, fucking planted opposition. I was like, and everybody pointed that out to me. He's literally, they's like, D, you notice he's doing the same pattern as Jaguar. I knew that shit. What did I tell y'all? Even live. Let me watch him and see what he does. If he's full of shit, God will reveal it. I said the same thing about Jaguar. Did it not manifest? Because I'm not finna judge somebody based on what you saying. Let me watch him. Let me look for patterns of behavior. Let me remember what the fuck they said, when they said it, how they said it, and who they're connected to. When you made it a point to tell me to take your name out the title of that live where I was mentioning exposing Clive Davis in the industry, nah, D, make sure you take my name out, because I don't want, you know, people thinking that I'm feeding you information about Clive, because, you know, my family still works in him. Oh, okay, it's cool. I get it. I know you still part of the industry. I never was like, oh, nigga, fuck you. I actually obliged your request and didn't have to. So my thing is this: if y'all think that temporarily aligning with me, love bombing me, showing me support means, and just because I show you the support back means that I don't see you and your intentions, there is nothing that you think you're hiding from me that you have actually hidden from me. I know a lot more than you know, and a lot more than I haven't said. The one thing I do know is that everybody involved in having participated in any allegation coming against Diddy, if you have had any involvement, I don't give a fuck how many years ago it was, the Most High God's gonna make sure you get publicly exposed. And what's gonna be crazy is it's gonna be all of y'all people that are close to you. That part of my gift I do love, when I can see what's coming towards people. Yes, I do plan to get a tarot deck, but I honestly don't need them. My psychic abilities are very real. I see very clearly in the spiritual realm what's coming, because when it's vivid, that means that is a precognition event, also known as a premonition, that have always manifested in my life since I was 8. If I see a funeral, that means there is a transition coming up. And typically, if they show me a number on top of a coffin, that means that that person's going to transition on or around that age. It's not something I can control. It just happens. Just like with channeling, it just happens. And when it does, I give the message that's needed to be given to whoever it's for. They know what it means, and I keep it pushing. Ancestral readings, again, are something that I offer, but do understand that that is an additional donation amount on top of the current promotional offers because of the energy that goes into it. But I have successfully channeled quite a few of the subscribers on my channel over this past year, and people in real life too that I've just met. My gifts that the Most High gave me, I'm going to always use them to help bring clarity and healing to people, never harm. If people start receiving harm, it's because you lost your spiritual protection when the disconnection came. You also lost your spiritual protection when you spoke spells and negative things and poverty and lack and health issues, and when you try to continue other dark spell work that other people that it's amazing how Grace told me that the church I came from, that they had put this like dark curse on me. I was already aware of the energy she spoke of because I've actually saw, encountered, and defeated that dark entity on my own. And I had other people assist me in praying it off of me. So I was fully aware of the energy that she saw, but that energy that she saw was actually her own familiar spirit. Just like when she saw the familiar spirit of Giovanni, but yet I saw Giovanni in his celestial body, full of positive energy and light. Now, again, Lucifer is the light bearer, and Lucifer is the angel of the light of deception. Lucifer was a fallen angel that transformed into an angel of light. So some light is of the Most High God, and some light is the Luciferian version. You have to have deep spiritual discernment to know the difference. Regardless, you spoke all that dark shit over my life, and you said that they had put a curse on me for my life to remain in a cycle of instability, that's why sometimes things go really well for me for a long period of time, and then some sort of misfortune happens, like the multiple surgeries, the multiple medical diagnoses, me being diagnosed with cancer twice, it going into remission, the third time interdeterminate, growths on my thyroid, having to have that surgically removed, the job losses behind that. When people have made fun of my circumstances, where I've been in situations in the past and even recently, dealing with having to start over, dealing with losing my residency, it was never a funny thing. It was always because of the health challenges. I literally was having to have thyroid cancer surgery and got fired because the manager was openly and blatantly racist at that company that I used to work at in Omaha. And she knew, like I said, my surgeon, my endocrinologist specialist, my primary doctor, and even the doctor for the anesthesia, everybody wrote letters to support. She needs this time off work to recover because she needs to have thyroid cancer surgery. We have to remove the left half of her thyroid because I had multinodular goiter, which I had 7 nodules grow on top of each other into a gigantic goiter that protruded out of my neck on the left side. So when people were making fun of the thickness of my neck, a lot of that shit was due to Graves' disease in my thyroid. It produces too much thyroid stimulating hormone. Plus, I do yoga, so I'm muscular in certain areas because I do yoga. Whereas y'all are fat as fuck and overweight and obese, talking shit about me. All of y'all, in fact, are overweight and obese. So at the end of the day, while people have made fun of the different challenges that I have gone through, they have all been directly related to the health challenges that I have overcome that none of y'all probably could have ever. I don't think most people don't have a story that they overcame cancer twice with no chemo. So if I was able to heal myself then, I can heal myself now. And I always speak healing over my body, even when it's going through challenges. because that is the frequency I resonate with. See, again, the difference between me and a lot of y'all that have had my name in your mouth is that your vibration is so low that there is a part of you that loves coming to watch my channel because you love the healing frequency that's here, but you also hate what is not healed in you and me, because I'm a mirror to you and the unhealed parts of yourselves. So instead of working on your own healing, you spend all your energy hating on me, talking shit, when I have every right to investigate, will, and ain't gonna stop investigating all of y'all. But especially you, Jaguar, because it seems like you've just been a planted agent of deception this entire time. That's my opinion of you, which I'm entitled to. And it is sad what has happened to you. It is honestly horrible what's happened to you. Couldn't imagine going through a gang rape more than once, especially when there are relatives involved. That's horrible. That was also why I defended you so much, because that actually broke my heart when I heard that video and felt your trauma, and then unfortunately saw it. Because I cannot turn my gifts off, and Lord knows I wish sometimes I could, because I don't even be wanting to see shit that people have been through, because it's horrible. It's horrifying. So I promoted and supported you off of, she's been through really horrible things and she's still speaking out, trying to get justice. All of us believe that. I definitely was not the only one, including a lot of you real rejects of YouTube that have talked shit about, especially you with Fisher King Primate. At one point, all of y'all supported her. So miss me with the bullshit that, oh, how come she didn't see? I saw everything. You just didn't know what I saw because it wasn't your fucking business, and you're not even spiritually inclined enough to understand nor overstand that, because your vibration is so low. You have and will continue to always remain in a state of ignorance. You are a failed actor, sir. Personifying extreme, flamboyant, feminine energy while also projecting a lot of hate for feminine energy. Heal your mommy issues. And do it quickly, because time waits for no one. And one thing I can tell you from me losing a parent, which you, sir, also made fun of on your channel, what was so fucked up is the very moment you were laughing about my pain of me crying over my father, I saw you holding your mother's lifeless body, sir. And feeling the pain that I was feeling that day magnified. I decided to wait to tell you that, but I saw it right when you were laughing at me. So if your parents are living, let them know you love them while you can. Because one day you're going to know my pain, and you're going to know it sooner or later. None of us are promised tomorrow. Any of us could not wake up tomorrow. But everybody that was involved in these Bash and D on their YouTube channel events, I know for a fact that every last one of you have met my ancestors, because they've shown me what's been happening to you. And some of y'all been channeling me too much. While I empathize with the fact that you have unhealed energy, you're also choosing unhealed energy. Therefore, the empathy is not there. But the prayers that I hope you choose healing, of course, as a high vibrational, I do. A lot of people is getting their poetic justice, and it's a lot worse than they thought it was going to be. But it was exactly what I saw that I remained silent about. Because quite honestly, I don't even want this shit for y'all. That's why I ain't even say shit. I was like, damn, that's fucked up. I didn't even know that Murph had passed until Riri told us. Apparently he passed away 2 months ago. I didn't even know that. Unfortunately, Murph truly was the ringleader of the planning of the events that led up to February 9th. And it was RC117 that sent me all those receipts. Calling himself trying to prove his loyalty to me, and then immediately went to Ralph the Mushmouth's channel talking shit about me, and then went over to Official King Primates and, you know, clout chasing. Mr. I don't feel like I want to live anymore. D, I need you to pray for me. And me and my entire channel did. Again, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. Y'all really thought y'all was fucking with me. You were going against the Most High God within me. And the Most High God only wants for you to be healed and be in an ever eternal state of bliss and love. But the gods of this world require sacrifice for wealth and fame. The God of the Most High Source can give you that without that. Every one of us have a choice. So if you make a choice to align with dark energy and frequencies and deities and low vibrational gods, you have to expect that they're not going to release your soul from the soul tie that you made when you signed a contract with your blood. When you made a blood oath to Baphomet, Jaguar, you made a blood oath. Now you swear up and down that you didn't sacrifice Giovanni, and when I supported you, I believe that. Now I question if that could be a possibility, given what your own son Sam has said about your relationship with Giovanni, what he witnessed, and what he has said about you. Your son just said that he knew for a fact that you did petty stealing, allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly, but your son said this about you on the Tasha K Interview, and we're about to watch a little bit more of that for me to give my final reaction. That you did that to relatives, allegedly, who didn't agree with you, that you tried to come against them to do them harm and or have people murdered. He said you were, how did he word it? A dead son of, something like a dead son of blood sacrifice or some shit like that, that he said how he worded it. And then he said you pettily steal to heap up wealth for yourself, even if it means taking the wealth of your sons, living or dead. And he looked directly at the camera when he said that. Again, he said a lot without saying a lot. I want to know, Sam, what you ain't saying to the public. What do we need to know about your mother? The persona, Jaguar Wright. Because you said that's a different person than your mother, Jacqueline Wright. I believe your son may have witnessed some of what you're being accused of. I think that's the real reason you hate Danny Robertson and Tasha K so much, because unfortunately he felt more comfortable talking to them than you. And neither one of those women have I seen ever offer high frequency healing, positive energy, support. It's always messy, dragging people for failed content, which is why I don't fuck with either one of their platforms. Until I hear about content of mine on their platforms and I have to go investigate and screen record and report the shit and all that bullshit. And lately I ain't even had time for that because I barely even been on YouTube. So I have real life shit going on outside of all you real rejects, that your whole entire world revolves around this app that also says a lot about you, which is extremely sad. As I digress, the fact that he felt more comfortable going to them to be free to speak his truth instead of, I really thought about this. Why didn't he just go on Jaguar's channel? That's his mama. That would get her all types of views and him. I feel within Sam his resentment for you. I'm being honest. He loves the mother, Jacqueline. He hates Jaguar. Or in his word, abhors Jaguar, which is just a professional way of saying hate. Because maybe he has allegedly witnessed what a lot of these people have accused you of, and maybe he could have possibly witnessed a sacrifice or 2 or 3 or 4. Because you said they're not going to need me this time, which means that would allude to they've needed you several other times, and you've allowed yourself allegedly to be used to perform the very things you so clearly detailed out to Goomba on voicemail. And to my knowledge from my research, that was not AI, ma'am. Again, just because the storm shit, I stand by that. That ain't got nothing to do with Jaguar. That has everything to do with my skill set as a footage analysis specialist, as well as a multimedia producer and editor. It's so obvious to see when it's clear, horrible AI editing. Especially when you are a professional at that. It's very easy to see it. So people that want to argue about that only want to argue because they lack intelligence. So why waste your energy on a bunch of dumbasses? You know, there's a saying that says, never argue with stupid, and never go to war with people who are at war with themselves. And if you have an argument with someone who's an idiot, you're going to lose every time, and they're going to win because they're the idiot, and now so are you. So when it comes to energy like that, of course, I'm not about to go back and forth with a bunch of dumbasses on YouTube about shit that I know is not real. No, I'm not going to recant it because I don't fuck with Jaguar. She probably still support Jaguar. You can seriously kiss my black ass. If you only knew how I really truly felt and how much work and healing it took for me not to lash out and retaliate. You spoke on my miscarriages. That's to the grave. There's no coming back from that. There's no reconnection. There's no reconciliation. There's no town hall. There's no discussion. There's no conversation. The only thing that I am open to is you making a public apology to me on my platform that is sincere. Beyond that, you and I have nothing to talk about, Jaguar. Outside of the voice clip that I sang for that song that Odell sent me, we can talk about that. Because I want to know when the fuck I'm getting paid for that. And when that song is coming out. Outside of that, we ain't got shit else to talk about. You did what you did. I forgave you. But I'm not ever letting my foot up off your neck. Because now I feel like probably everything I've ever discussed with you that I've heard from you was probably all some fucking lies. Now I'm going to dig and research to find out what is real about you and how much of what I have heard, felt, witnessed, and experienced is fake. According to my experience, everything so far has led back to you being planted, in my opinion, on my channel, in my chat. When you started speaking out directly to Jay-Z, when you were on panel with me, the first thing I thought of, if he really is trying to find her, or if he really is after her, if he really is after truth tellers, as you said, why have you been allowed to speak so freely and publicly for as many years as you have without them taking your life or trying to have, now they have tried to have you locked up a bunch of times, but honestly, every one of your arrests have been based on your own behavior. Now, whether they MK Ultra you to trigger you to act out, I do believe that there could be some truth to that. But I feel like you've been a willing weapon, allegedly. Or you said you were blackmailed. That could be true too. Regardless, you still made a choice to align with the frequency of darkness, and allegedly with all these dark witches and warlocks and people on this pyramid. So if you are on the pyramid, in my opinion, you are just as much a part of all of this as everybody else. I genuinely hope on October 14th that they make you present evidence to prove your innocence so that we can see all the shit you keep saying you're innocent of. I would love to see it. I'd love to see you produce evidence that you were not in the car with Helena. I want you to produce evidence that you did not say those things that I have heard you say myself out of your own mouth that are written in this case. Now, here's the other thing about Ariel Mitchell Kidd. I believe her name is Suzanne Rivers. The lady that did all of the accusations against Diddy for the RICO and sex trafficking charges, she has filed an appeal to get everything reevaluated that they threw out. That judge threw out 21 of the 22 accusations and counts that she brought against Diddy, which leads me to wonder if the judge was a Diddy freak off participant, if maybe the judge's name is on that invitation list, allegedly. Because how do you throw out 21 of 22 counts when there are literally 157 cases against this man right now for all the same accusations? But you only threw out hers with prejudice, ensuring that she couldn't bring it back to the court again, just like the 30-year-old VMA alleged victim that named Jay-Z in that Diddy case, and then all of a sudden dismissed it with prejudice so that she couldn't bring it back, and now she even is trying to appeal it. There has to be a reason these people are appealing, because they clearly feel that they have presented enough evidence to prove Diddy, just because they acquitted you on this case of the RICO and the sex trafficking charges, October 15th is a whole nother case of the same type, the exact same charges. BuzzFeed has officially filed, I believe it was, I gotta look at the numbers again. I could have sworn they said 197 different cases over the past 5 months, all going to trial. None have been dismissed. So how, Sway, do Diddy's attorneys have the audacity to request a hearing on September 25th to request an acquittal of his current charges of prostitution, and using the fact that he got off on the RICO and sex trafficking and trying to say, well, these are all just frivolous charges. Why don't we just dismiss them all and just let an accused predator back out in the streets? I want to show y'all something that even as a spiritualist disturbed me. I'm about to upload this image of Diddy and Cassie. When I tell you how much demonic shit I felt in this photo, and how Cassie truly looks like, even though she laying next to him, her eyes is crying out for help. This shit was creepy, bro. Yeah, right here. Let me show y'all this shit. It was creepy. Because again, the gifts I have, I see, feel, and hear spirits. Now, it's not creepy because I don't fear any demon, because I know I have dominion over all of them. It's creepy how much of an alleged murderer he looks like in the eyes. Look at his fucking eyes, bruh. How do you not see a demon? I see so many demons on him, and I see an upside down black cross over his third eye, and I also see the Baphomet, and I also see Molech, the god of child sacrifice. And I literally see demons' eyes staring back at me through his fucking eyes. I also see them on his nose and his mouth. I see the horns right behind his ears. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 fucking demonic spirits around this nigga right now. And Cassie laying there looking like, somebody please help me because he's pimping me out. Why the fuck is Cassie naked? That's not side boob, that's no shirt. Same shit Kanye been doing to his new wife. Why do y'all always got to do the extra, the most with the degradation? You look evil as hell. You look like an evil orangutan, my nigga. I'm gonna start calling your ass a Fisher King primate because it's given just demonic ass, dark ass, primal ass energy, and not kinky primal like everything everyone has ever accused you of. You definitely did that shit according to the damn dark ass look in your fucking eyes, my nigga. I'ma say allegedly, but you look like a bunch of legion ass goddamn demons. You said, didn't he say she introduced Ayasha to Stone? No. She introduced Ayasha to Meech. So when Stone first said he didn't know Jaguar, then later said he might know her from the parties, then later admitted after the live with Meech, when Meech put all of that out there, then it was, well, yeah, I introduced him, but you had told me you didn't know her and you didn't know why she was talking shit about you when all the whole time you fucking knew her. Y'all kicked it. So much so that Meech showed you allegedly this video of her sending him her sagging ass titties. Allegedly, that's what you said, Stone. You was roasting her. We was all laughing. Sagging ass titties. That shit was funny as fuck. We all had a good kiki. And then I continue to roast her on my channel, and we continue to have a laugh and a kiki. It was hilarious. And honestly, 1000% believable, because she went from bashing you until you said you told Meech. Meech made her apologize, which she never even did publicly. And that's the reason you said you didn't do the interview on her channel. I still have all of these conversations, sir. And you was coming to me like, yeah, I put, certain things in her ear to see if she would carry it to paperwork. And she went right over there and repeated everything and tried to make it seem like she discovered all that. I said, I told you she was going to do that. Like, everything she did, I told you she was going to do. Not only because she did it to me, but because that's just her pattern. And then you tried to act like later, oh, I'm surprised, but you knew who the fuck she was. Hell, if all of y'all kicked it at Meech's house, for all I know, all of y'all could have had a damn session. I don't put nothing past nobody. And to each their own shit, folks is grown. But don't sit up there and act like you don't know somebody when yo nigga was kicking it with her homegirl. That means all of y'all was hanging out. So you knew her very well, Mr. Paxson, and kept lying. And I never called you out for it. I just peeped game and kept that in the back of my mind. Okay, this nigga done gave me like 3 different stories about how he know Jaguar, which leads me to believe that, yeah, you probably were present at the Diddy parties and you probably know a whole lot. You said you knew everything when it came to the accident with Angie Stone. How, Sway? You wasn't in the van, or were you? Because I still don't understand how you knew that the feds allegedly arrived to the scene of the accident before the EMT showed up, and there's all these different stories about her body being taken and put back, people picking her up. She was still conscious. Other people said she wasn't conscious. Then people said the truck came and hit her after she was in the side of the road, and the white lady came with the story that she just, happened to get out her car and go help Angie. So all this bullshit. All of this intentional ambiguity to keep people guessing, to keep people watching, to keep people hooked. Then you got paperwork bragging about sneaking the damn smart glasses in and capturing the avatar that I really don't know if that's Angie Stone, because I am not going to hold y'all. That avatar did not look like Angie. I don't care what nobody say. I remember what Angie looked like when she was living. That shit did not look like her. That shit looked like a fucking clone. That's my opinion, bro. I don't give a damn what y'all tell me. that did not look like her in the face. Even the shape of that cadaver did not match Angie Stone's face when she last did her last live. Angie was in her 60s. That avatar looked like it was all of 38 years old. And why the fuck did you take smart glasses into the fume when they asked y'all not to do that whole ass shit? And then the audacity to go viral, but then turn around and say you care about her when the family asked nobody to do that shit? And telling everybody that you solved the case and all this clout chasing you and Jaguar did together on your platform and everybody else's that she clout chased and trolled, including mine. Ain't no fucking way any of y'all ever respected Angie Stone participating in this bullshit. Especially you, Paperwork, and especially you, Jaguar, because then I heard you turned around and called her a pedophile and a groomer. That's your problem, is how you always flip. Once you realize that it was trending to talk about her, you literally stole my content from my lives and repeated it, even included screenshots from my lives. Repeated that shit and made it seem like it was your discovery. It's the same shit you have done on everybody's platform. Then you went over to Paperwork's platform and talked shit about Stone. You in Paperwork drug him for filth. Then y'all brought Quiet Storm. Then y'all brought fucking Corella DeVille, Auntie Mickey Geriatric, as y'all brought a whole bunch of people I ain't never fucking heard of. I knew about Quiet Storm when he used to go by the name The Gospel Storm, when him and Storm Monroe would sit on Storm's channel and bash a bunch of men that they were saying were in the gospel industry that were gay. But sirs, it's been alleged that both of y'all are allegedly down low. So again, is it that these people are gay, or is it that you are seeking satisfaction in bashing other people because it makes you feel better about you not being ready to accept your own sexuality? And when the Gospel Storm reinvented himself as Quiet Storm, I didn't recognize him at first until I really looked at his face when I was researching him about what his daughter and Stone Paxton, I'm just going to say it, Stone was the one that sent me the information about you, Quiet Storm. See, before we were aligned, now we're not. It was him that sent me all the deets from, his daughter. Then his daughter started following me and she sent me information. She definitely wants you exposed and I don't blame her. But it was Stone that put me up to investigating you because he sent me all the information about you. And then I investigated you further after he sent me certain information. So with that being said, this is why I feel like all these motherfuckers are just damn, fucking friends. It's just a damn stupid ass circle of dumb idiots who go back and forth with each other online, but probably behind closed doors all be splitting each other's AdSense deposits. Because y'all are clearly, at least associates offline. Had I known that Stone was buddy-buddy with Official King Primate, Danny Robertson, and all the other real rejects, I would have never aligned myself with him. He knew that the entire time. Because again, you said you went and researched my channel, which means that you saw all of my lives. And if you didn't fully watch them, you at least saw the titles and watched a few minutes. So you knew I didn't fuck with Danny. You knew I didn't fuck with Tasha K. You knew I didn't fuck with Maggie. I wasn't fucking with, some of them people that you was calling moderators, and it had nothing to do with Jaguar. It was because I just simply didn't like how their energy was with me when I was aligned with Jaguar. And then them allowing trolls on your channel to constantly disrespect me when I was only coming over there to support you. And you also only addressed it a couple of times and then just fucking allowed it. So at the point of which you were continuing to allow your moderators and trolls on your channel to disrespect me for engagement in the chat, which you later admitted to, you loved how that got the engagement up and it raised the revenue. That let me know right then and there, yep, you another clout chaser trying to use me, Jaguar, and the troll farm to grow your channel. Because you've been on YouTube for 14 years, sir. Funky Dineva, shout out to the Godfather of YouTube, has been on YouTube the same amount of time and has 400,000 more times subscribers than you. Nobody knows who you are unless they're a geriatric, because I ain't never heard of you until you came into my chat. I never heard of Asal either. Just being honest, never heard of him. And then when I started doing the Def Jam, I said, oh, that is the dude. I remember hearing about him back in the day. So that's the one he calls brother. So then I go to Vasal shit. Is Vasal calling Stone Paxton brother? Nope, I don't see no post, no video, no nothing where he's referring to you as his brother. So that means that maybe he's your Masonic brother, and maybe you guys have, you know, different degrees or the same degree of Masonry. Who knows? But it just seemed very clout chasey, and then Meech clout chasing off of his son playing Pac in that horrible rendition of a movie that Tupac's mother herself never even wanted produced and put out there. Then finding out that you and your son got into it's like, again, when I said any energy that rises up against me shall fall and be destroyed, and that chaos and confusion will come about your lives, and that death and hell will follow your own evil intentions against me. They going right back to your ass. I hope you now see that the current events in your life are in alignment with that prayer of protection. And it is extremely unfortunate what happened to Mirth. I do pray for the healing of his children, and that is genuine. However, part of that was a prophecy I was shown. In fact, all of that was part of a prophecy that I was shown. I'm not even going to say part of it. All of it was. Every part of it. Including the pain of betrayal. Because I did see it and didn't want to believe, like, goddamn, all of these people? They kept showing me premonition after premonition. I'm like, all of these motherfuckers is too? Yes, D, all of them. And they all finna leave with her. And they showed me how they went to all these platforms talking shit. And I'm just sitting here watching on my phone. I'm seeing myself watching this shit on my phone like, I cannot believe these motherfuckers. And all of a sudden, I remembered that scripture, I will be crucified with Christ. I beseech you, brethren, therefore, by the mercies of God, to present your bodies a living sacrifice. This is what this year has been. Motherfuckers literally tried to crucify me spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, financially. Well, we know D wants a support system. Let's create one based on the foundation of lies. And the whole time we plot and planning behind her back. Murph literally said multiple times, I'm going to burn D. He was believing the bullshit Jaguar was saying. I think the real reason her and him fell out is because he probably started seeing that some of what D was telling you was the fucking truth, sir. But you jumped on the bandwagon to call me a fake psychic, to constantly keep coming for me when I wasn't even talking about your ass no more. Defamed me, slandered me, called me a fake psychic, called me a scammer, made up blatant lies with no evidence. Constantly on Jaguar's channel, Maggie's channel, and other people's channels. And meanwhile, I was praying for Murph and his kids. It wasn't because Maggie said he has a lump. I felt and saw that he had that going on. But that doesn't make right what he did on my channel. You don't come on my channel where I made you a moderator and tell me how to run my fucking channel. Not once, not twice, 3 times during my live, creating negative distractionary conversations with the full intention to distract my viewers from what I am speaking on and showing them, so that you can create negative side conversations and continue to do that after being MIA for a certain amount of time when you didn't tell me you were sick. But I knew it because I felt it. And contrary to the bullshit Jaguar tried to say during her little bullshit rant, at the end of the day, how I handle people on my channel is my business because it's my channel. You have not invested a dime in my platform. You have no authority to speak on anything I do on my channel because you ain't nobody's fucking boss. You thought because all of us supported you, that meant you could run all of us. Now, there are ones that you can run. There's ones following you that are yes men and yes women. I am not and will never be. If I supported you, it's because I chose to. And just like I chose to support you, I can choose to take that support away and act like you never existed. Because that's what every high vibrational Scorpio does. We just take our energy away completely. And we never ever allow ourselves to give it to you again because we're never ever going to give you another opportunity to betray and or hurt us. It's not about a grudge. It's about protecting your energy. Betray me once, that's enough times for me to never fuck with you again. But I do hope you heal as a high vibrational high priestess. And until you choose healing, you're going to keep attracting a whole bunch of bullshit into your life. You can blame me and everybody else and say people cursing you, baby. You curse yourself. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers. Those are levels in hell. Those are demonic forces. Against rulers of darkness, spiritual wickedness in high places. So when you find yourself in the energy of being on demon time with D, trust me when I say you're not prepared to go against the demons that defend thee. The scripture in the Bible is very real. Thou believest there is one God, thou doest well. Even the demons believe and tremble before God. So when you call yourself calling upon demons, you probably are calling upon some that actually defend the chosen in the dark when y'all do your spell work. And you wonder why the fuck it ain't been working. You wonder why the fuck you keep getting tormented, why it keeps getting worse, because you know better. Spiritually, you know better. And when you knew better, you did better. And you were more healed, and you were more aligned, and you were getting healing, and your vibration was raising a little too high, so they knocked your ass back down and tried to use you to take me out, and it didn't work. Your offer for the safe house full of murderers didn't work. Because I had already been hearing that women were making allegations that women were allegedly getting trafficked at all of these safe houses. Miss, you can stay there for free, but you can't talk to nobody in the outside world and they gonna take your phone. The fuck they not. And you can't cook food and you can't order food and you have to eat what they give you. So if they give you some shit laced with Special K or GHB or any other substance they want to put in there, like all the other men and women talked about, they gave them a drink or they gave them something to eat or they gave them wine or they sprayed perfume on them or they gave them baby oil. And next thing I know, I blacked out, and when I woke up, I was being raped. That's happened to me in real life. That, Jaguar Wright, is why I'm a real advocate for survivors of sexual abuse. Because it hasn't just happened once. The worst feeling you can have is being on a date with somebody you trust and them giving you a drink. And the next thing you know, your legs don't work and you can't stand up and you can't walk and you start blacking out and you really don't know what's going on and you're hoping that all your information is safe, that your phone, your purse, ID. I know firsthand what that's like. That happened to me with a guy I was dating for 2.5 months. He date raped me because he wanted to fuck and I wasn't ready. It's happened to a lot of women, teenagers, even men. So when you've experienced what it feels like, you do take it very serious. When you hear about others that have experienced the same as you, And I'm always going to be inclined to believe a victim before I ever believe the accuser. Because just in my own experience and in the experience of, foster cousins and adopted cousins and adopted relatives and friends that experienced trafficking while they were in the care of guardians that were supposed to protect them, that they were unfortunately being sexually abused by, they told me the details of how it worked, what they experienced. All of it lines up. What they told me back in the mid to late 90s to what's going on right now in these Diddy cases, the ones against Diddy, the ones involving Jaguar, the ones against Jay-Z, the ones against President grabbing by the pussy, the ones against Rafa, the ones against Chick. All these cases are there for a reason. And while, yes, some of this shit is probably, could be financially motivated. Of course, some of it could be fake. I just don't believe that all these thousands of people are lying on one person who have the same story at different fucking timelines. I don't care how much money Diddy pays his attorneys. God's going to see to it that that man stays in prison until his final days. And your final days, sir, are not going to be pretty. All the torture you've done to people, you're going to experience it in your final years. I saw that too. If you can be a monster, you need to feel how you've been to other people. You need to experience that. That's the only way that a monster can maybe get a little bit of a mirror put in front of them, is when they feel what they've inflicted. So at the end of the day, none of you are getting away with it. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you do. I don't care the status, the connection, the money, the affiliation. You're not bigger than God. Your Lucifer is not bigger than the Most High God. Your Baphomet is not bigger than the Most High God. And trust me when I say Jaguar and everybody else in the industry who have allegedly all aligned themselves with these earthly deities, when they're done using you, they're going to consume you. There's no you getting a reward for fulfilling your duty to those deities. They do still take your soul. And if you gave a name of a relative, they're going to take them too. I pray over Sam, honestly, Jaguar, because of you. Because of who you're aligned with. You said that they sacrificed Giovanni, that they took him from you. I witnessed you have that nervous breakdown on that live, and my heart broke for you in that moment. Because I felt all of your anger and rage and pain and sorrow all at once about Giovanni. But I also did feel an element of guilt. And I always wondered, was that guilt because you said you saw it and you couldn't stop it? Or was that guilt because is there some sort of truth to the accusations from multiple people close to you saying that allegedly you willingly sacrificed him? Like I said, I really honestly hope that that is not true. Out of all the fuck shit you've said and done, I pray to God that's not true. Because if it is, the penalty for that is great. Stone said that you did a live where you said you wanted to go out like Queen Latifah on Set It Off, which leads me to believe that you're aware, possibly, of when they're going to do your collection. I think if anything, if you know something's coming towards you, you should make peace before you take your rest. So that when the ferryman comes to take you, he can take you to a better place. Because quite honestly, where I see you going ain't a better place. Abandon ye hope, all that entered. That's what I've been seeing for a lot of y'all. Because of your alleged participation in satanic rituals specifically, for aligning, forever aligning with that. Again, it doesn't matter how long ago it was. The Most High God's frequency and the entire angelic order is making a separation on all of the universe, not just Earth, separating the wheat from the chaff, the chosen from the condemned. In the vision they showed me in heaven, Gog versus Magog, I saw 2 double doors. For those who ever have been to a convention, when you go into, a hotel or auditorium, and you walk through the double doors, you know the double doors I'm speaking of. I saw suspended double doors, every religious symbol that exists over the double doors, and them saying one world, unity. One world, united, one God. And they combined all of the religions in this new unity community where everything and everyone's accepted under one society, one system, one currency. And it said Gog versus Magog, which is in Ezekiel 38, which I've been talking about with you guys on YouTube in detail since last year, but I've been talking about it on my Facebook pages since the beginning of the digital revolution in 2008. I got on Facebook in 2009. I started speaking about this shit in 2011 and then went into detail in 2013. I told y'all back then exactly what is happening right now. I told y'all this was all going to happen. The mark of the beast is not a conspiracy theory. The RFID chip is indeed the mark. People are getting paid to implant that in their hands, and it can never be removed, and they can track you, and they can inject you with medication. And if they can inject you with medication, they can inject you with anything. And you won't need a cell phone or a wallet, because all they have to do is scan your hand and they can fully identify you. I showed you guys this on my lives, on multiple lives. I showed you all the videos that are out there on YouTube right now. I told y'all they've been doing this shit in the UK for decades. They're already using the scan the hand system. You can unlock your front door by scanning your hand. You can unlock your phone scanning your hand. You can pay for things scanning your hand. One world. RFID grid. UHF grid from the 2008 digital revolution is now our new one world currency system. Obama said during his campaign that by 2026, everyone's going to have to chip in. He said, we'll make it voluntary at first, and then after a while, if they're American citizens and they refuse the RFID chip implant, they'll be deemed as domestic terrorists. There's a reason for Alligator, Alcatraz. It's bigger than the deportations. This is a test drill for something much larger than that. All those FEMA camps I told you guys about on Facebook in 2013 and 2014, all of those videos they've taken down, by the way, that showed all of the hundreds of thousands of life-size, human-size cadavers that I showed y'all that popped up in the Obamacare HR 6566 clause, preparedness for mass fatalities, religious act. In the event of mass fatalities, they have an act that observes your religious desires and death. And they showed human cadavers inside of full body, full length, incinerable cadavers. Why would you be building millions of incinerable human-sized cadavers? It sounds a lot like Auschwitz. Sounds exactly like Auschwitz. And Trump's behavior mimics that of his alleged ancestor. In fact, it's identical to his alleged ancestors. So it's not about fear. Ezekiel 38:7 says, "Be thou prepared. Son of man, set thy face against Magog." And Magog on the map is Russia. Gog is the culmination of the bodies within Gog and Magog. That's why they showed me that symbol in heaven with the double doors and all the religious. And every time somebody went through the double doors, they immediately fell into hell. And then way off to the right was the narrow door the Bible speaks of, and it had an actual rugged cross on the outside of the door. But it was very skinny, narrow door, and only the chosen could see it. And I was looking at my relatives with the angels like, why the fuck my relatives can't see this door? I know they believe in God because they chose to follow idol worship. They chose to follow man instead of the voice of God. That is idolatry. Sin is a concept human beings made, not the Most High God in the angelic order. In fact, that concept came from Freemasons, whole nother life. Regardless, the Most High God cares about if you decide to give your soul over to another deity or worship other deities that are not in alignment with high frequency. Because that means you're not on the side of the chosen, you're now in alignment with the rulers of darkness and the spiritual wickedness in high places. Therefore, there has to be division, there has to be separation. And where there is deception, illumination comes to light. And everything in the dark comes to light. So I don't know why the fuck y'all thought y'all could hide from the Most High God. But it is God pulling the cover off of all of y'all. And Jaguar, I just don't believe you're innocent. D, why are you researching this? Why wouldn't I? I believed in this person for years. All of us did. We all want to know why the fuck you been on this bullshit. And you cannot hide. You're very good at manipulating and misleading people, unfortunately. You make a perfect cult leader. You really do. I will give you that. But knowingly misleading people who actually do believe in God is the very definition of blasphemy. Telling people that you're a minister when you like literally declared yourself a proclaimed witch on 2 Weeks channel last year. When they asked you, how do you know Beyonce's a dark witch? You said, because it takes one to know one. And you refer to the Bible as that book. Even though you were raised Seventh-day Adventist and you still acknowledge the practices of the Seventh-day Adventist belief, and you know, Shabbat Shalom, and you honor the Sabbath, but yet you don't believe in religion. I don't mind that. I don't believe in religion. I don't follow religion. I'm a spiritualist. I get all of that. That was part of what I thought I was resonating with you on. However, when you said that, it was almost like the Bible disgusted you. Now, this Bible has been edited, redacted. Regardless, I'm not buying the I'm going to be a minister shit. What I'm buying is I'm going to play this role and qualify for a 501(c) and get funded through grants. Like a lot of these other accused pedophile, accused rapists as preachers, ministers, and pastors and evangelists. So why wouldn't you do that? Especially if it's true that according to Andrew, you're asking your subscribers for $25,000 for legal fees, which means there is defense that has enough evidence to where now you've got to produce it. Can't just be you and ODZ going to court. You're gonna have to get a real attorney to truly try to get you dismissed from this shit. ODZ was adamant when we were all lying. Oh, I know we could get her off. All we got to do is just, have some conversations. I'm already, connected with attorneys. Okay. But when evidence gets produced and they involve jurors, then it's beyond just y'all trying to settle some shit outside of court. And like I said, I looked at the docket information. Let me bring that back up. They haven't moved an ounce on your request that you made on the 2nd to be dismissed. In fact, the very next thing is the motions to file under seal by Ashley Parham, John and Jane Doe. And the irony is that there was obviously immediate movement on that, but nothing about your request. Administrative motion to file under seal by Ashley Parham, John Doe, Jane Doe. Attachments order the plaintiffs shall file the redacted version of their 63 motions to file under seal under public docket. Then after that, more information about the details there. And then after that, just, the deadline for the plaintiffs to file their redacted version of their 63 motion. Oh, somebody on some nasty, freaky shit. This ain't the time to be sending me that energy. You being a sexy distraction that I don't need. And I know who you are. Now, back to this. Version of their 63 motion to file under seal on the public docket as required by local rules. So basically, because of this Rule 11 situation, I was researching a lot of this. They're basically saying, okay, if you want the judge to consider these sanctions that have already been denied, you're going to have to give just cause for why we should. And that includes people having to include a lot more details. So we have that going on. We also have what your son said. And again, this is in no way, shape, or form me promoting Tasha K, because I genuinely do not like her as a person, as a content creator, and I'm just being honest. I just don't care for her energy. However, because of Sam is the only reason I'm telling y'all to go watch this interview. You need to hear what he says. Fuck what she talking about. Listen to him give his account of his experience with his mother from a son's perspective. It's gonna blow your mind. Sam did not hold back at all. And I'm gonna be honest, for those that was saying they think Jaguar put him up to this, I'm gonna be real. I think she was probably just as shocked hearing this shit for the first time as the rest of us. Like I said, your son gave you the best read I've ever heard anybody give you. But my true intention for Sam is to be healed. And I'm grateful that boy found his voice and used it. Because it's like, you're not going to use me as a pawn for clout on your YouTube channel and then not tell the whole truth. And like he said, he was pissed when he found out she had recorded him trying to find her pocketbook. And a lot of people are saying she allegedly staged that. I wouldn't put that shit past Jaguar at all. She told all of us in the so-called family that Adria English was lying through her fucking teeth. I never told Adria, let's be friends offline and be enemies online. I would never do that. Adria was adamant that you did. And she was adamant that it was, to her, acceptable to send ODZ adult films of herself. Because she claimed that they had something going on. I don't know, DzPeepz, if y'all remember this, but when all that was going down and ODZ sent me that picture of her and told me to speak on her, at that time, I had no idea that him and Jaguar had been getting into it behind Adrian. Because I had heard about the video shit later. When I was speaking on her, it was because, okay, you up here claiming to be a victim of Diddy, but now you walking around promoting yourself in lingerie, that's my fun way of saying lingerie, in lingerie on Instagram, looking like a more than willing escort that is DTF and looking for clients. When you took that money on the Tanya Rubin's channel, that was the first fundraiser that I heard was being investigated, because Lionel B and Adria was saying that allegedly they all set that up together. That it was Adria, Jaguar, and Tanya Rubin and Lionel B allegedly all supposedly had this conversation before Adria came on with her son, with Jaguar and Natanya, and that they had all planned that, and they had all agreed on certain percentages of whatever amount of donations she received, that they would split it, allegedly. And then when people didn't get their cut, motherfuckers started talking shit on YouTube. Now that's what they say. And when I say they, I mean Lionel B and Adria was alleging that against Jaguar and Natanya, because Lionel, that's why they was cussing them out and, you know, talking shit. And I'm like, God damn, that they just did that fundraiser for her 6 days ago, because that's when I started going in on Adria. I wasn't going in on Adria because of Jaguar. I was going in on her because it's the audacity. You was on this woman's platform crying with them fake ass tears, and I told Jaguar that shit was fake. And then brought your son on camera. That poor little boy that has seen way too much and heard way too much. Who also allegedly, people were saying you allegedly were advertising him, allegedly. But what I do know is that when we reviewed that content of you making that adult film that you were directing, your son's legs and body were in the background on the couch on set. Now, you said you had to take care of your son by yourself. His daddy wasn't helping. Your family wasn't helping. But why couldn't he have been in a different room or a different part of wherever you were located? Why was he on set of an adult film being directed, recorded, and shot? That's extremely questionable, and that fuels the people in the YouTube streets that are alleging that you allegedly, and it was Jaguar that said this, that allegedly you had set up some sort of streaming feed of your son in the bathroom, and that it was being streamed allegedly to Official King Primate and the one that she calls King Twirl. And she also alleged even some of the other men like Sean Davidway and them. She said Adria allegedly was advertising her son intentionally to men that she knew were pedophiles. So then they were feuding back and forth. Then next thing you know, Adria talking about she suing Jaguar, and then we look closer and it's a fucking template. It's not even a real lawsuit. Again, theatrics that these people do back and forth with one another, the banter for clicks and views and clout chasing is extremely desperate and sad. Because how is it that y'all did a fundraiser and then 6 days later she's dragging y'all for filth and calling y'all lesbians and saying all this just disgusting shit when y'all just got her like thousands of dollars? And she told everybody she was living in her car with her son and her dog because when she filed the Diddy's lawsuit, her family turned on her and they excommunicated her and they banned her from coming to her father's funeral. And no one would help her, and everybody felt sorry for her because she kept talking about how she could just, you know, continue to be a sex worker, and talking about giving head in front of her. Like, it was hard to watch. Her energy is, I ain't gonna lie, for me, it just always felt inappropriate when it came to her son. And like the inappropriateness was normal. Under no circumstance should any child ever be on set of any sort of adult-related film. They do not need to be exposed to that. And that was extremely disappointing to see. So, in my mind, I'm like, she really needs prayer because she has so much low self-worth that her only self-worth comes from what her body can do on film. And Lord knows what that boy is seeing. So it makes me think of Sam is Sam the adult version of who Adria English's son is right now? What all has Sam seen? What has he witnessed and been around? And what could he possibly tell that could help shed some light on the accusations that his mother has received? Because this ain't the only case and the only situation where she's received these accusations. Again, if she really did ask her subscribers for $25K for legal fees, it's because she needs it. So that's also what made me want to continue to dig into this case and look at this video in particular, because again, Sam pretty much co-signs what a lot of people say. Now, what I'm finna do is rewind it right before that 2-minute 48-second mark, because I want to see if I can find a way to find the slowdown settings. I want y'all to see the glitch that I saw. So give me a minute. I'm gonna see if I can make this full screen and try to find it, because I know they have a button where you can slow down the playback. Hold on. No, that's for the other settings. I don't need that. Let me pull it out of full screen. It may not be available on there. I'm gonna get back to y'all's comments in a minute. I want to get this going because it's getting late and I need to end this live. Shit. Where is that button at? This is so much easier on my laptop. I gotta figure out where all that's at on here. It should be 3 dots where I can select. Is it here? Okay, there it goes. No, I don't want to remove from stage. I want to get to the settings to slow down the playback. Where are the playback settings? Well, then again, this is a screen recording, so never mind. I just thought about that. I'm not going to be able to adjust the playback because this is a raw screen recording. Regardless, just pay attention. When he says, I believe it's either when he says college or school, as soon as he says the word, I see the slight interruption where his face doesn't completely turn all the way to the side. And that is what I identified as one of the first AI glitches. Now, again, if they're using AI apps to render their final cut, you know, before it goes to publish, that does happen, because that has happened in several of my videos, which is why I have to go back and re-edit them. Or if they're using AI to create the content, because AI could be used to create the entire background. If that's the case, then Jaguar's accusations are kind of valid. Now, her accusations that Sam speaking about her is AI, I'm going to be real honest with you. I don't see no evidence of that. Not even throughout this 22-minute analysis, I don't see any evidence of that boy's mouth moving out of sync with what he's saying. So I'm going to let y'all hear this part. It's at the 2-minute 16-second mark. So about 30 seconds in, just pay attention to how the screen kind of glitches. It's real quick, but I did catch it. And again, this is for me giving my reaction to watching this interview that Sam Jr. had with Tasha K, aka I call her Tasha K, regarding his mother, Jaguar. And she says the entire interview is AI. Sam never said these things. Sam will never say these things about me. Ma'am, the fact that he's sitting down with a woman that you claim is your enemy shows I don't think you know him as well as you want people to believe that you do. The call that y'all had with him, him and Odell, was one of the first most positive calls I had heard. But there was a lot of awkward fear that I was feeling from Sam, almost like he just didn't want to not please you, so he kind of allowed you to kind of take the reins during that phone call, but he did also voice some angst about what he felt in terms of the way you were referring to his father and all of that. Your son has found his throat chakra, and I really want to encourage him to continue to use it. I don't feel that he's being disrespectful. I feel he's being bluntly honest, just like his mom. And he's doing it in a very classy and educated way. At least he's not, on there calling her 5011 bitches and shit like that Suevo kid was doing when he was disrespecting Angie Stone. He's just being honest and theatric. Extremely theatrical. I really enjoy. He has superseded your storytelling abilities. Your son has gone on to become a greater storyteller than you. I was captivated the whole fucking interview. I didn't even want Tasha to even keep interrupting. Just let him flow. Just let him flow. Let him get that shit out. I want to hear all of it. And honestly, I want to hear more. I really hope Sam sees this live. I hope you are encouraged, young man, to do more content where we can get to know from your perspective your experience with your mom and what is it that you think can be done or should be done to her in terms of her being held accountable, and what would you like to see happen between you and her, and is there any sort of justice that you feel you deserve from her? Where do you see y'all's relationship in the future? Do you even see a relationship in the future, or do you feel more comfortable aligning with Danny Robertson and Tasha K? Because if your son says that he feels more comfortable aligning with them, that's a reflection on you. And you can talk trash about them all day long. You can talk shit about them all you want. But the proof is in the pudding when your child feels more comfortable with other people than you, and you are the mother. There's a reason for that. I think it would be a good idea to try to heal your relationship with your son. That only helps both of you. I think if you put more energy into healing your relationship with Sam instead of clout, there might maybe be some sort of chance for you to redeem yourself. But the things you have been accused of in this Parham versus Combs upcoming hearing, I just don't know if you're going to be able to wiggle your way out of it, align your way with people, your way out of it. You got to keep in mind the things you've said about Jay-Z and Diddy and Clive from an insider's perspective, because you have been actively around all these people in business for decades. And if it's true that you at some point did participate, of course they're looking at you like it's the audacity for somebody who allegedly was doing this shit with us to try to think they finna bring us down. If that's true, I don't blame them for how they feel. Because that just makes you a hypocrite. You was a part of it, now you want to be a whistleblower? No ma'am, no ham, no turkey. Last year, you are a self-proclaimed dark witch. This year, you want to act like you are a religious minister when you had said publicly you don't even practice nor believe in religion. But you're trying to follow suit with President grabbing by the pussy, claiming that he's a Christian so that he could sell his God Bless America Bible and his inaugural Bible and his personally signed by Trump $1,000 per Bible with a brand new constitution written in it. But yet you're a Black Panther and you honor ancestors, but yet you coon in present day. Make that make sense. Jaguar, did you sacrifice Giovanni or did you not? Everybody else can speculate. I'm directly asking you, did you really sacrifice your son? I really pray to God you didn't. There's too many people circulating that now. And that could also be planned, you know. Could be payback for the shit you said. Or it could be true. Because your obsession with being in the spotlight aligns 1000% with everything Sam says about you in this interview. Your need to be the center of attention and dominate all environments. I remember every single time I was on a group call with you and ODZ, or you and Ayasha and Grace, or me, you, ODZ, Jay, Mizak, like whoever, you always had to interrupt, interject, and dominate and take over. And I think if you are still, if you're having withdrawals from being a dominatrix, why not just go back to doing that? I mean, you said you made $50K a weekend. You had a truck full of, you know, little tricks and gear and kinky shit. Since you want to dominate every damn body, just go get you some subs and, you know, go hard. Set yourself free. But stop thinking that you can dominate grown-ass people online and in real life. Because you couldn't even get your son to not speak his truth about you. That says a lot. He clearly been waiting a long time to say all of this. This ain't some shit he just pulled out of his ass. I could definitely tell that. The fact that he shouted out Danny Robertson, I know. Even if y'all are low-key aligned, I know that still pissed you off. He was like, and my good friend Danny Robertson, who's been keeping an eye on my mother. I said, oh, hell no. I know that pissed her off. So don't be mad at us for reviewing this shit. Ask yourself why your son felt more comfortable aligning with women you call your enemies. Figure out a way to heal that shit. All right, y'all let me know if y'all see this glitch. Is it playing or no? I can't tell if it's playing. On y'all's end, is it playing or is it not? Let me check the comments, right? Oh, there's a shit ton of comments I haven't seen. Can y'all see the video playing? Because on my end, it's not showing me. Okay, no, it's not. Because I pressed play. Okay, I'm going to remove it, and I actually need to close some of these tabs. That's probably why it's not playing. Because at the 2-minute, 48-second mark, that's where I saw that damn demon. You can't tell me that nigga ain't do that shit. I don't give a fuck. I was trying to pull up the video, but I think because that was the last image, it put that up there by default. Hold on. Okay, is it adding it back or no? Okay, let me see if it is showing that it's playing, because... Oh, it is. Okay. Now, keep in mind... What in the hell? Was that a feather? The fuck? Keep in mind this is a raw screen recording, so some parts of it is not going to play because it's me.
No longer a child. I am fully an adult in all forms.
Okay, and how old are you?
Like
22.
22. Okay, and so are you still in school? Because I know the last time we spoke during the documentary series.
Oh, yeah, that was a while ago.
second. I gotta go full screen because I need to see what is the timestamp that this is at. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to that. What I want y'all to specifically look at, it's at 2:13. Look right before it turns to 2:45. That's when I saw the glitch, and I want to see if y'all see it. Okay, I need the control back. 2:19 is cool.
You had a brother, correct, who is now deceased.
Yes.
Okay, and so it's pretty much been you for a very long time.
Yes.
Okay. And so I just kind of want to give people some backstory. I did speak to you a few years ago because we did a documentary series on your mother. You remember that?
I remember.
And you gave full consent to tell, you know, your story. And you didn't even tell everything.
Absolutely.
Right. You just basically.
Okay, so that went well past the 2-minute 48-second mark. I don't know if y'all saw the glitch, but I definitely saw it right around that 2-minute 48-second. She said he definitely follows his dad. Everybody kept saying in the comments he looked like Will Smith. I was like, low key, he looked like Will when Will was little, when he was real like skinny and shit, when he first got on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Yeah, I think I just had to reload it because I had too many tabs open with all those other screenshots. So yeah, thank all of y'all for tuning in. I'm gonna come back to y'all's comments, but when I'm talking about the negative space behind these upright blue label wine bottles, it's a lot of just black dead space. In graphic design, that's called negative space. That could have been edited out. And then the set would have started with the very edge of the shot going just beyond the two horizontal label, blue label bottles that are pointed upright on both sides, because you really don't need all that negative space. That's why it looks, to me, Tasha K looks blurry, and so does Sam. Now, mind you, of course, it's also because of the moment that it's paused at, but the angle's just not good. Plus, you can see Sam's hands all the time. And to those that don't understand symptoms of those who may or may not be dealing with autism, that's a normal thing. They fidget a lot. They have a lot of face kinks. Their speech becomes extremely repetitious sometimes. They can kind of go into a tangent while still it's extremely enlightening and educational, because that's just how they operate. It's not, oh, they're creepy, they're crazy. No, they're more than likely autistic. That's why it honestly was disgusting when Jaguar first made fun of Cody, who is a protected veteran and a disabled veteran and deals with autism. Because you said yourself that you believe your own son is autistic, so how do you make fun of a protected veteran who is as well? So it just, you know, it's shitty, but it's honestly the same thing. It's like the same way you made fun of Cody and talk shit about him, they're all now doing that to your son. All in the comments. And all he's doing is speaking his truth. But the question still remains, again, why does he feel more comfortable going to them over you? Why would your son ever align with somebody you call your enemy unless that person actually is not your enemy? Allegedly. Were you and Tasha K once lovers that had a lover's spat or lovers quarrel, and that's why y'all go back and forth on YouTube? There's a lot of people in these YouTube streets been saying that for like over a year. Actually, since 2022. I feel like if there's any truth to any of this, we're going to find out soon. Your son is not AI'd. I don't believe he's making any of this up, and I don't believe he's disrespecting you. I believe he's finally starting to set himself free. So I'm gonna fast forward, especially because of the time. That's why I always be going to bed so late. But I want to get to the very end. So it is, oh wait, how do I scoot that over? Shit. Okay. It is right about close to 22 minutes, or it is 22 minutes. Almost 22. We were at right around 18. So I'm going to go back to 16. Because this is the part where he starts listing off what he abhors about Jaguar Wright versus his mother, Jacqueline Wright. So I want to make sure I get to, it was about the 15-minute mark when he started truly going in and giving your ass the best read I've ever heard anyone give you, ever. Cody said, they stem, it's very uncomfortable at times. Exactly. Neptune, you said you saw the glitch? That's what's up. He said, right, I was born with alcohol, fetal spectrum disorder, so I have facial tics and fidget a lot all the time. All the time. And I'm speaking healing over you for that. But no, I'm glad to know that Neptune saw it. Because like I said, some of these they're obvious, you know, just horrible editing glitches, probably honestly made from a damn AI app, probably, allegedly.
Her in a much more negative light. And
like how?
Okay. I specified this in the kind of interview that I did with with Sean Davey Way.
Shout out to Sean Davey Way.
Shout out to Sean Davey Way.
Right.
But to put it the Cliff Notes version, I've separated my mother into two people.
Okay.
Jacqueline Suzette Wright, her legal name, and Jaguar Wright, her stage name.
Okay.
I love Jacqueline Suzette Wright. She is my mother, and I love her with every bit of my being, in spite of the things that she's done. However, Jaguar Wright is the kind of person I abhor.
Okay.
To give you the Cliff Notes version on how I view Jaguar Wright, she is 5 things to me.
Okay.
She is an over-possessive siren who lures any people who try to be kind to her into her den and protects the things that she owns, whether it be her gained wealth or, even at worst, her own sons, whether they be dead or alive, like a dragon protects a hoard of gold. That's 1.
Okay.
2, Jaguar Wright is a vindictive thief who hates those who have slighted her or have done any wrong to her in her eyes, stirs the pot of bad blood for well over a decade, and pettily steals things from those whom she hates.
Pause. This is what I mean. I'm sorry, as an editor, because again, this is still an editing analysis. This shot is absolutely horrible. You have so many digital, like, inches of negative space. It's annoying. Because all I keep seeing is all the black negative space while Sam looks blurry and Tasha looks blurry. And even the wine wreath looks blurry because you guys did not properly zoom in and cut out all that back negative space and give more clarity to the scene. Like, we can barely see what's on the table. The camera should have been more elevated, not showing so much of their legs and knees and hands and, you know, the floor. But it's just amateur hour. Let's get back to it, because it's just frustrating as an editor seeing, like, y'all could have did way better than this, and what the fuck.
hates for her own purposes or for her own hatred.
Okay.
3, she is a dead son of narcissism who has been overfueled with the eutrophication of love from her father and her mother at such a young age, well before her double digits, that it spoiled her rotten and led her to believe that she was a shining star amidst the cosmos, when in actuality she burnt out.
Oh.
4,
Tasha is stupid as fuck. This nigga constantly stopping and looking at the damn camera. Oh, just the extra ad lib is not necessary. It's so over the top and theatrics. Because I think she's serious, but it's just coming across almost performative. It's like, just let this boy say what he got to say instead of your ass acting goofy with the cutaways. The fuck?
she is a hyperbolic criminal with the mask of a cultist who has spread and blown things so far out of proportion to the point where nobody can find, to hopefully nobody will find the truth of the matter, and to keep her name in the circles of controversy so that all the attention will always be on her. And likewise, hypocritically proclaiming to my now late half brother to never play a game series from Rockstar. No.
You know what's crazy? Now I'm seeing why some of them said what they said. Sam looks to me like his father a lot, but his facial expressions are all Jaguar. And what's so crazy is that the live clock is at 333 right now. Thank you, ancestors. Even right here, I've seen her make this face. Like, he looked like his daddy, but he got her face. He got all of her expressions down. You can definitely tell that he spent more time in his younger adolescent years with her than with his dad because of his mannerism. I see a lot of his dad's mannerism in him, but I see even more of her, which makes me wonder, because he said that he had the choice to go stay with his dad or with her. And during the time of which, during the school year, he spent most of the time with her. So the school year is, damn near the entire year. Because I've seen him make at least like 4 or 5 faces that I've seen her make. Like, your kids really do be you, just a newer version. It's wild to see it. It is wild to actually see it. Like, god damn, she makes that face. Because she would be on panel. Like, I would always study her facial expressions with the reactions to almost predict what the next reaction was going to be. And most of the time, it was on point.
As GTA, Grand Theft Auto, when she has effectively done the same herself in real life now. And 5th, and people watching this are probably going to remember this one, and they're probably going to be laughing at this. 5th, Jaguar Wright is a profane prostitute. A modern day Kadishtu indoctrinated by the 4 women of the Zohar to be in communication with the devil in our religious faith, and to bring harm, or at worst, even death, upon members of our family.
Oh, really? I'm so sorry, dude. So sorry.
That's the Cliff Notes.
I had to pause it. Not motherfuckers getting mad in the 5D talking shit because they like, oh, she over there playing the video. I can hear you. I don't know what the fuck it's gonna take for y'all to believe that all my spiritual gifts are real. Matter of fact, before I end this live, I am gonna offer time for readings. I can hear y'all talking shit. And I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play what your son said about you. I don't give a fuck what y'all think. I really don't. Cause like I said, his shit is lining up with a lot of these accusations. Andrew said, to me, it's just hard for me to believe anything she says. Exactly. It's hard for any of us to believe anything she says anymore because she didn't lie so fucking much. But he's decent, is Sammy. Right. Giovanni didn't get along with her either. That's the thing Sam ends up saying too. Like I said, Sam said a lot without saying a lot, but still said a lot. And that's why I'm gonna let it play. Cause I want y'all to hear, the rest of it, and then I am gonna have to, toggle over to YouTube. Cause again, when I'm in the StreamYard studio, it does not play the audio for me on my end. So then I have to go over to YouTube and actually listen to audibly hear what he said to make sure that there's key points. Cause there's key things he said that while I was watching it, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna talk about this because that aligns with this experience that I had with her, or this aligns with that experience that this one had. It's all consistent patterns across the board with everybody. It doesn't matter if it's virtual, in person, family, relative, business associate, lover, former lover, friend, child, relative, like across the board. The consensus is when Jaguar does not get her way, she throws a fit and then she becomes aggressive. And then you're just the worst person in the world. To threaten to sue your own son, something really is wrong with you, man. That's your child. How the fuck you gonna sue your son for him speaking his truth? You that hard up for money? That would actually co-sign what the fuck he's saying about you right now, about how you allegedly, stole from family and hid money and shit. And he does say, while looking in the camera, even from your sons, dead and alive, you took money from your kids. Because he said on another video that you allegedly took his mama's checks and shit too. I'm not going to hold you. I could see that shit because, I got relatives that's like your ass. Will say they helping you, take from you, and then shit on you and talk shit about you, and then see you struggling and not do shit to help you after you didn't help them over and over and over for free just because you family and you love them. They can know your situation. Don't give no fucks. Because they forgot how many times you bailed them out, how many times you helped them with bills, how many times you helped them with rent, how many times you babysat, how many times you bought clothes, how many times you bought food, how many times you babysat even while working 2 and 3 jobs. Everybody just forgot all of that shit. God forbid you speak out. So your son speaking out, honestly, is the only way I feel like any victim may get some sort of justice, if he is able to identify an experience with you where he witnessed or was made to witness any sort of behavior that you may or may not have had with the diddler. Did you include your son? Was Sam one of the kids at the white parties? Because you just recently had stopped performing as a dominatrix, if I'm not mistaken. You well known in Dallas. I did my research. They know you in Dallas for sure. And even in some parts of Houston. I don't know what you did in Houston to get a bounty on your head, if that's true. But from what I've been told, they said you had been being sent out because of your status. They have been using you to recruit a lot of girls to eventually come and be a part of the parties, allegedly. And people did warn me about that when you were aligning with me. They were like, be careful, D, because other people who she got close to said that they had been approached to be trafficked or approached, to be involved in sexual shit they didn't want to do, or were told that if they didn't comply, they would be sent away in shipping containers and their families never heard from again. How do women who have the same story of an offer of a safe house also have the same story of being threatened to be sent off in shipping containers the same way Pelletier, in the same exact case that you are named in, scheduled for a hearing on October 14th? How do y'all have the same fucking story? Because in the case, they said Pelletier said that to them, Jane Doe and John Doe. Just a coincidence? I don't think so. Sounds like and feels like an alignment. Because it's the same shit you said to me. You know, a loyal Scorpio is not going to immediately put you on blast. We're going to watch you for a while to see how many times you hang yourself, and if you ever get any level of righteousness in you to just admit the shit you did and try to make it right. And that's the thing a lot of my subscribers have said to me. Do not let up on Jaguar, because you've given her ample opportunity to come to you and make it right. And instead of her coming to you, she tried to come to everybody else to come to you for her, including DZ, who you did a 12-hour dragathon live. How the fuck do you drag the nigga you fucking, who you just built an LLC called Cruelty Free Artistry as a nonprofit to more than likely qualify for grants? How the fuck do you get an LLC with this nigga and then do a 12-hour live dragging him for filth and his kids and his nieces and nephews and his mama? That's verbatim what you did with Goomba. That's what you did with Sam. Every nigga and female you been with all got the same story, bruh. How you threatening people's kids? But you wanted people to believe you some advocate for survivors. And look, I got a defender of freedom by a motherfucker who said publicly that it's okay to grab women by the pussy. That is not an honor. That's an obligation. That's a duty to be fulfilled. Just like Uncle Ruckus and them. The biggest way to persuade victims to not come forward is to take the biggest whistleblower and expose her as a deceiver. That'll discourage a lot of them from wanting to come forward. And it doesn't faze her, because she fulfilled her obligation. And that part of her that is so fucked up from all the trauma that can turn feelings off real quick. And that part of you, Jaguar, could have very well have done what you've been accused of in this docket. You really fucked up doing that shit to Goomba. That's just, if that ain't self-incrimination, I don't know what the fuck else is. I mean, you damn near confessed. They're not going to need me for this one, but this is what they're going to do to you. The first thing any attorney is going to ask you is, how would you know that if you weren't present? Sounds like you witnessed many assassination, allegedly. Sounds like you witnessed many of the events on the satanic calendar that you always ran from when you were on panel with me. That might explain why you constantly ran. Every time you did, I felt your fear. Oh, gotta go. On cue, like an MK Ultra victim. It's like they said or did something. Oh, wait, nope. Done talking. Gotta go. It's about to get too real. It's about to resonate a little too much. How does she know all of this? Because I've been studying it since I was 11. And because my grandfather comes from the military. He prepared me when I was a little girl. He prepared me when I was a teenager before Alzheimer's kicked in. He confirmed all the military accusations that we've heard. My grandfather was 83 when he passed away from leukemia. And then right after that is when I had the experience where I died in my apartment, went to heaven and came back, and then I was diagnosed with cancer that January, next January. But he told me about all of this shit. Like, he told me exactly what was going to happen and exactly what to do and what to say and what not to back down from. So far, what they showed me in heaven and what my grandpa showed me has all manifested. What my father told me about is all manifested. So I know I'm on the right track. When groups of people start coming together to come against you, you also know you're on the right track then. For me, I don't care about talking about haters. Y'all, let me say something. Jaguar, y'all age group, y'all motherfuckers too old to be using the term hater. Baby, you is not 25 no more. I think maybe part of what you're going through could possibly, quite maybe, potentially, allegedly be a midlife crisis. You don't have the right to use the word hater when you are damn near 50. Because anybody at your age hating just hates themselves, including you. You know, that's why you say on YouTube, you've been targeting a lot of people's looks because you've gained a substantial amount of weight. I didn't realize how much weight you gained until I saw the video from Mar-a-Lago. I was like, oh, that's why ODZ was saying what the fuck he was saying about you. And I was defending you then. Like, bro, that's still not cool to just be, you know, putting her down and shit. But I didn't realize how much weight you had gained. And, you know, people were saying that allegedly you were pregnant and you were claiming to allegedly be pregnant by Odell and allegedly was threatening to expose that he had got you pregnant and then you lost the baby and all this bullshit. Meanwhile, there's real victims being trafficked still. There's real victims that are still being violated, being made to be a part of satanic rituals. And all I do is connect the dots, and they come from my platforms. And I show proof, I show evidence of the website, I show everything. Everybody's been saying it's because you hitting the nail on the head, D. That's why. I know that. I've been knowing that. So instead of y'all being mad about me exposing it, how about you repent and actually get your soul right with the Most High God frequency instead of aligning yourself with these earthly deities for bullshit or obligation? Because guess what? Even in your obligation, there's still a choice. Not religious, but I do believe that repentance is a real thing that can happen if you are willing. But if you want to straddle the fence and have 1 foot in dark and 1 foot in light, you can't be mad when the dark comes to collect. Because you are still drawing from the dark realm. That movie, Doctor Strange, the second one, where Scarlet Witch becomes her most powerful dark self. And she calls upon all these demons and creates a throne. And she's able to fight everybody, and she becomes a zombie, and she just becomes her most powerful dark self. But she destroys the very thing that she desires, which is love. She tries to become a mother to children that only see her as a witch, because she never learned to love herself. That's where I see you, Jaguar. And because of that, your son is sitting in this interview with a woman you say is your enemy. With a woman you claim, you told me and everybody in the so-called family that Tasha K and Danny Robertson have this I Can't website, and they keep stealing all of my content from my YouTube channel, and uploading it to their website and claiming ownership over it and then sending strikes to my channel. How many people have you done that to? I mean, I even reviewed that screen recording because I couldn't believe it when my subscribers was like, D, she over there praying for Maggie's channel to get struck. I'm like, nah. They're like, nah, for real. I had to go see that shit because it just was hilarious. I said, not this motherfucker. You literally prayed to Jesus to have over 2,000 people all simultaneously go to Maggie's channel to have her channel struck. You know what, Jaguar? You know how many times you told us in the family chat that was verbatim exactly what Danny Robertson does? You said, I know how Danny does it. She has, he or she has at least 2,000 people that all strike all at the same time, and that's how they get videos taken down. Again, how would you know that if you don't fuck with her? How, Sway? How you know that? Why was Ginger sending me screenshots of you under your name, but with Odell's thumbnail on panel with Danny Robertson? And she came back to me panicking like somebody's impersonating Jaguar using Odell's thumbnail and Jaguar's Cash App. And I immediately sent it to them like, yo, it's somebody on Danny Robertson's channel impersonating you on panel. And Odell messaged me back like, no, that's Jaguar. She's investigating. I'm like, why the fuck would she be on panel with Danny? Danny has swore that never happened, but I mean, Odell told us it was her. So either one or both of y'all lying. I really don't give a fuck. I'm painting a picture of these fake beefs, y'all. Like, people I don't fuck with lose access to me immediately and completely. It's real ass Scorpio. When I'm done, I just cut you all the way off. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna go back and forth. You're just gonna lose access to me. That's how I handle shit. It's a lot more peaceful. All that arguing shit, I did that before. It's exhausting and draining. So I'm not understanding how ODZ was doing videos pulling up to Danny Robertson's crib if y'all don't fuck with her. I don't understand how Stone Paxton claimed he didn't know you, but then later said you tried to hook Ayasha up with Meech and shit didn't work out. I could see why, because as sweet of a woman as Ayasha is, she ain't no punk. And the way that Meech had talked to Divine, ain't no fucking way Ayasha would have cussed his ass out and probably slapped the shit out of his ass. So, nah. You're not finna just be disrespecting black women because they don't want to fuck with you, or you're not their type, or they said you came off aggressive, which you did, Meech. And a lot of people unfollowed Stone behind that shit. Then he had the clout chase off of Dragon, you know. He had to do what he had to do to get his numbers back up. But at the end of the day, y'all clearly all know each other. And for all we know, all of y'all kick it. That's why I kept telling people, man, everybody kept bringing back to me, man, Danny Robertson said this about you. Jaguar said this about you. Maggie said this about you. They want you on this channel. They want you on that panel. They want you to come here. First of all, if you want my presence, you will pay for it. And it's not going to be some bullshit ass bribe or some number you made up. Anyone who wants me on their panel, there is a fee you will pay for that. Period. Because my time is money. Literally. No more having long ass conversations, helping people through their trauma for free. Oh, no ma'am, no ham, no turkey. That's why I do the readings. Your first question's free. After that, there's a donation amount you pay, and I'll keep going. I'll keep giving you whatever spiritual guidance you need, but not for free. Every psychic I know, every reader I know, every clairvoyant I know gets paid for their time and for their skill set. I don't see why it should be any different for me. I really don't understand people calling me a scammer when, again, I don't even enable super chats or super stickers nor memberships that, again, have all been found to leak people's IP addresses, as well as their payment details. Ain't no fucking way anybody's gonna be able to say on my channel, I had a membership on D's channel and my account got hacked. No, the fuck you didn't, because I ain't never enabled them. Again, the whole reason why I got this banner displaying my Cash App and Venmo. So if you want to send a donation, you send it to my Cash App or Venmo. I'm not doing the YouTube percentage / y'all leak people information bullshit. Not doing it. That doesn't make me a scammer. That makes me smart. Therefore, the donations actually go to me, the person who makes the channel and the content. Not to a platform where they allow said content creator to constantly be bullied, cyberbullied, gang stalked, and identity theft committed on this platform, which again, just because Official King Primate and Danny Robertson are named in that case does not mean that YouTube and Google are not gonna also be held accountable for allowing that shit. And all the fuck shit they made me do to dispute to get it taken down was some bullshit too. Talking about I gotta go through the video and capture every single timestamp of the violation, which was well over 25. They said, okay, this is an insurmountable amount of evidence. We're going to take this down. I didn't go and pull up in his chat and argue and go back and forth with him like a fucking idiot, like all the other fucking idiots have done. I'm just going to silently pull your card and let you see that if you do that fuck shit again, that is a federal crime. And I do believe you've been locked up before, if I'm not mistaken. Now, if I am, correct me, but I could have sworn that you got a record. And you're the one Adria English and Jaguar was talking about. It wasn't just, like, you got mad because you said I jumped on the bandwagon of the rhetoric that you were a pedophile. Sir, it was Adria English that first put that out about you, allegedly. And I'm going to be 1,000 with you. You carry the energy. I feel it. Hearing your voice, having to screen record you made my skin crawl. The same way it did when I was being sexually abused as a child. So if that is not who you are, you definitely need to work on healing your childhood trauma, because you are carrying that frequency. And as an empath, clairvoyant, psychic medium, I don't ever feel energy that is not there, that doesn't exist. It's there because it exists. Now, while you was mad at me, it was Jaguar that publicly said Adria English told her that allegedly you were paying Adria to run a stream of a private video of her son, and you were paying her for it. I always said allegedly because I don't know that that's true. But it wasn't just Jaguar and Adria, sir, who have said that about you, especially in these YouTube streets. And even on Instagram and on TikTok. And some of the people you've worked with. Because as much as y'all thought y'all was researching me, I've researched every last one of y'all. The common denominator on the connection that I keep seeing is Clive, with all of you. Then, of course, Jay-Z and Diddy. All of you are connected to all three of these people. So why wouldn't certain people potentially be placed strategically to stir the pot and create drama and chaos and controversy? It keeps everybody occupied, keeps everybody glued. And no one's paying attention to all these laws being passed. The enactment of the new one world digital currency that no one's talking about. That's getting launched in 2026. Officially launched and offered. They're going to tell you to get rid of cash and your debit cards and your old licenses because they're replacing them with the ones that are preloaded with the chips that can't be removed. And they are truly promoting a wallet and purseless society. You won't need to carry a wallet or a purse except for hygiene products, but you won't need to carry an ID. You won't have a need for a driver's license anymore, or a social security card, or a debit card. We can just scan your hand or even your forehead. Oh, look, Elon Musk successfully implanted an RFID chip in the brain of a human, a paraplegic. It's bad enough he did the pig last January. This January, he did a live human being. Paraplegic, quadriplegic, and that is the foundation of which he's offering the RFID chip. Now, if you guys remember on my previous live, I showed you the screenshots from my old Facebook page, Truth Theory, of Veritech in 2013, pharmaceutical corporation that showed how it was going to introduce a rice-sized RFID chip implant that could go just below the surface of the skin in the hand, or potentially be implanted into the brain or the head. Neither will they be able to buy, sell, or trade except they take the mark. They'll be able to scan your hand. Your hand gives you access to everything. No one can steal your identity anymore. If you are a cancer patient or you have diabetes, we can administer your medicine. You know what else can be administered? Lethal injection. GHB. You know, liquids. Powders. And guess who has control of the RFID chip grid? The RFID chip grid that controls this portion of the pharmaceutical. I told you guys they got rid of the Veritech website. It was renamed. Guess who owns it? Tesla. So he owns all the controls to all these fucking chips. And Obama said during his administration, everybody would have to chip in by 2026. It will be offered for a while, and then it will become mandated, and all who don't get the chip implant will be deemed domestic terrorists, and they will be moved to the FEMA concentration camps. People can get mad, but that sounds identical to Auschwitz. Schindler's List was a really difficult movie for me to watch as a teenager, but I had to for school. You don't think that during this MAGA administration that could potentially be part of the four horsemen we have, you know, the pale horse, the green horse, red horse, war, black horse. All these different scenarios, people willingly giving themselves over to demonic forces and willingly being used as assets and allegedly as assassins and all this shit. In the last days, perilous times shall come. Human beings will be lovers of themselves, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. That means willingly participating with these energies. That's what creates the curse that you attract. It's not me or other chosen people cursing y'all. Man, I feel like somebody put roots on me. That only works if you're in a low vibration. And true spiritualists know that. Dark spell work only works on those who are already in a low vibration. It doesn't even touch high vibrationals because it can't. So if you feel like someone's cursed you, please take accountability that you more than likely attracted that into your life. Jaguar, your son's accounts of you are quite enlightening. So much so that even as tired as I am, I'm going to allow the rest of this to play because I want y'all to see this. And if I have to, I'll do a continuation to give my final evaluation and my final completed reaction, because it wasn't just a read. It was almost like this nigga's the angel of judgment. And who better to use than your own son, who's clearly witnessed a lot. And he probably tired of the bullshit too. Like, I know you're not out here trying to be a saint. And I witnessed you allegedly do XYZ. I think people just don't want you out here in these streets misrepresenting yourself. Because anybody who could have ever participated as an assassin with Diddy or with any, alleged company associated with Diddy, all of y'all getting uncovered. I believe her name is Sarah Rivers, that's appealing the RICO and the sex trafficking charges. She is adamant about winning this. And she said it's not even just about him. It's so many celebrities that are on these lists. That's the consensus story, even with Busby's, even with his clients. That's the same shit they're saying. Jane Doe and John Doe are saying that they witnessed Parham be gang raped by Diddy. They're saying that they witnessed everything. Mr. Magoo, thank you for tuning in. Said, push the mic too quiet. It's because I'm moving back and forth because this chair I'm sitting in is not comfortable. You said Jag turned up at Sips for Valentine's Day with a comb in her hair looking, what? Wow. Andrew said, that's why fair use. I see it all the time in the YouTube streets. Right. Yeah, they can't do copyright strike on content that's made publicly available. Now, if it's content that they later add, but once it's out there for public, it's fair use. That's why it's been embedded on a shit ton of websites. And I'm not worried about that because, like I said, we're multi-streaming. We're on Rumble and all of that. He said she's gone off in the freak end of the pool too. No one wants to know. Maggie, she's doxing everyone. Maggie's doxing people? Stone Paxton, I hope you just acknowledge how much I was trying to warn you about Maggie and the rest of these people. I tried to tell you. Because if Maggie's doxing people, she's doing it for clout. Miss Williams said, I remember that Too Strong played it on his channel and that's where I seen her praying. And see, I didn't even know she had did that. I was like, I need to go see this shit for myself because I know this motherfucker is not on her channel praying to Jesus for Maggie's channel to be struck. And sure enough, yes, she is on there praying to Jesus when she just says she don't believe in religion and she's not a Christian. And then she's looking dead in the camera, eyes wide open. In Jesus' name, Lord, send them over there to smite her channel. Nigga, what? This is what you've resorted to for content? It was hilarious. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all know I had a good time roasting her. Probably need to do it again because that shit was just hilarity. It's hilarious to us, but I really believe Jaguar be dead ass serious. That's what doesn't make it hilarious because I think that's the real her. I don't think she's just being theatrical. I think that's really you. It's just that people love to watch a train wreck. So if they know they're gonna see one, it's horrible, but it's the truth. If they know they're gonna see one, of course they're gonna tune in. What is she about to fuck up today? Who is she shitting on today? Who is she going off on today? Who are you? Who are you trying to blacklist today, goddamn? Like, who didn't agree with you today? Oh, DZ left you to go help out old girl, according to you. He stayed gone all night. He didn't come home, sent you into panic. You start tripping. You start calling him. You start threatening him. You start crying. You start losing your fucking mind because all that abandonment kicked in. He's gonna leave me too. Let me do everything I can to desperately cling on to this ideal that I created of love. Even though this man has never publicly said he loved me back, he's never publicly said that I'm his fiance. And he flirted with Trash, or not flirted with, he had, on my channel, complimented her titties and shit, her and Cum Jones. I knew right, I said, oh, this nigga ain't her divine masculine, he a hoe. Look, I like women. Of course, you know, I'll chop it up with you, especially if a female is attractive and or my type. But the level to which you was lusting after Tasha K and Cum Jones, and you know those are triggers for Jaguar's insecurities, and she couldn't stand them bitches. I was like, oh, he's doing that narcissistic control shit. Trigger her insecurities, compliment other women in her presence, embarrass her, get her riled up, trigger her so that you can say she's acting crazy. That way that gives you an excuse to leave. Then you can go dip off and do your thing. Nigga, ain't nobody stupid. We know how the game goes. Unfortunately, she falls for it every time. And then it makes you look like she's chasing and desiring you so much. But in reality, what she's actually doing is displaying that she doesn't love herself. Because women who walk in their worth don't chase, especially after trash. We're not begging a nigga that enjoys being a hoe to stay home in 2025. Go ahead and free yourself, like Fantasia said. Don't talk to me looking ass. I'm all for going ahead and freeing yourself, baby. Look, I will set you free so you can be free indeed. Go be a hoe in peace, baby. Just not over here. Deuces, and let me go live my best life without your ass. That's how a healed, high vibrational woman responds to a nigga that wants to cheat. Because I remember when I used to argue with my ex from Atlanta, and then it got to the point like, why the fuck am I arguing with him? If he want to be a hoe, go be a hoe. You just ain't finna ever touch me again. And you can come home and visit and pop up and try to sneak up on me and you can apologize and, you know, lie and maybe I ain't fucking with her. Nigga, this vision had people send me videos of y'all together. You talking about y'all sold the house, you there laid up with the bitch at the house. Come on now. Meanwhile, I got niggas and females trying to get at me because they remember when I used to be in the lifestyle and I'm getting invited to shit. But now, you know, I'm in a relationship. Not really. Because your ass was out there being a hoe. So I decided, go ahead and free yourself. Baby, let me set you free. From now on, you are single, I am single. You can do you, I'm gonna do me. Because I've been holding you down for no fucking reason. And then you pay the rent, I'm gonna pay utilities, and I'm gonna get my spot, and I'm gonna move out. And that's exactly what I planned on doing until COVID hit. And had my money too. Had found my townhouse and everything. I was pissed off. You don't chase after niggas that want to cheat. Let that nigga cheat, because guess what's gonna happen? She gonna burn his ass. She gonna set his ass up. The same shit he doing to her, she gonna do. It's gonna come full circle. Happens every time. That's why I kept trying to tell you, man, let that hoe be that nigga's downfall. Fuck you fighting for a nigga that want to be a hoe. Let him go. Shit. I swear to God, if I ever actually give my loyalty to a man 100% and he fucks it up, baby, trust me when I say it's your loss, because you will never have another one be loyal like I am. Ever. They're going to all be transactional with you. Do you know my ex told me that shit after we, I broke up and then, like, we started just being back cool. He was like, man, all these bitches just, all they want is money. They don't even give a fuck about me. Oh, I know. I told you that shit. I told you that was going to happen. They want you for the connections that they think you have, that in being with you, I found out you ain't even have. And the alignment, with Candy, her production studio manager, that was dope. She's cool as hell. But at the end of the day, you are like male version of Jaguar, where y'all used to be popping and now you ain't. So y'all gotta do all types of shit to stay relevant, cause ain't nobody checking for y'all as artists no more. Ain't nobody checking for the group you was in the 90s. Ain't nobody checking for when she was with the Roots. Some people still are, but not really, cause you drug everybody for feels. Now the shit with the Roots was hilarious and disgusting at the same time. They shipped it so I could get by. That is a video I very much enjoyed. But then you gave different accounts of them that other people have contradicted, saying there's no way that could have happened, and they all said you was lying. As far as I'm concerned, all of y'all are lying. Let me just put that out there. I don't believe none of y'all. I don't. I'm going to be honest. I believe facts. That's why I research shit. I believe all of y'all are full of shit equally. And none of y'all are better than the other one. You just deluded yourselves into thinking that. But clearly, according to your son, a lot of people's accusations is on point with what he had to say about you. I'm just saying. Thank you. Yes, hashtag forever freedom. That's what it's supposed to always have been about. That's what it was always supposed to be about. It was never supposed to be about content creators clout chasing and arguing back and forth. I don't either, Miss Williams. None of them. Not even the ones that send me video links. I feel like all of y'all are still in this shit. There's a reason they say blood in, blood out. That's a real thing. Once you blood in, you in there. How many of y'all think Sam might have seen some shit in terms of alleged abuse, sexual abuse, or satanic rituals? If any of y'all think that could have been a possibility, put a Y in the chat. I want to see, am I the only one that thinks that could have been a real possibility? Miss Williams, I seen a photo of Danny, and to me, her voice don't match her face. Sorry, not sorry. I think it was AI. A lot of people said Danny is AI. A lot of people said that Danny is allegedly a man that dresses in drag. I don't know what's true. That's why I always say Mr. or Ms. And I guess they got in their feelings about me saying I didn't know if you was male or female. And when me and Odeezy used to be roasting them because you just always kept my name in your mouth. And I'm like, I don't even know this motherfucker. You only talking shit about me because I was aligned with Jaguar. And oh, look what she did to D. And look what you've done to people. I have never seen you inspire or encourage anyone, ever. I don't fuck with them type of frequencies. It's not about Jaguar. It's because I just genuinely don't like you. Period. I don't like your energy. I don't like how it feels. And your voice is annoying, and it does sound like AI, and it does sound like a man using a voice modulator. You can get mad. It's the truth. Then y'all thought calling me trans was some sort of insult thing. That's a man. That's a man. When Official King Primate, let me say your full name, Official King Pain, showed my birth record, which is considered a felony, and it's also considered, there's multiple charges. It's felony theft and identity theft. And it's also a cyber crime. But y'all thought that was funny and smart to do. I didn't get on my channel and yell and scream and go off and do all that shit Jaguar did. I did the intelligent legal thing. I screen recorded evidence because I knew it was going to get taken down, because I was going to make sure it got taken down. I watched hours of this bullshit, having to hear bullshit and feel bullshit from a man who feels, sounds, and acts like a fucking predator pedophile. Your whole energy gives off that could be a real possibility with you, allegedly. Now, at the end of the day, I never have and never would sexually abuse a child. Teenager, none of that. Because the very thought of that triggers when that happened to me. And it makes me sick to my stomach. So, we're not the same, sir. There aren't people in these YouTube streets that have accused me of that. You've been being accused for that for quite a few years. I heard that shit when I first saw Jaguar on Storm Monroe's channel. I was hearing that shit about you back then, and I wasn't aligned with Jaguar at all. I was just a viewer watching her and supporting her sometimes in the chat. Now, what Ayasha told me, she said Jaguar always watches and monitors people for 5 to 6 months before she lets them know that they're in the chat, because she wants to make sure that you really support her. Of course, I really supported her. Y'all all saw how much I did, more than I even supported my own platform, because I was being my normal, open, loving, loyal Scorpio self. Because I was like, man, finally the person who I have been, supporting on Storm's channel, who I've been watching, who I've been following, who's been talking about all the same shit I've been talking about, is aligning with me. And then I realized people said, you don't even know how long she probably was watching you on Facebook, pretending to be one of your friends that you knew. Because we do know now that she impersonates people's profiles. And it was confirmed to me that that day that we were doing that live, that was really positive and uplifting. And that distraction fake Jaguar profile came in, and she said later that it was Danny Robertson impersonating her. And I showed y'all publicly how to report a page and all of that shit. Like, she had all of us believing that all of that shit was Danny Robertson. It was later confirmed that it actually was her. Because a few people told me that, so I went and researched that profile, and I found live videos on those profiles that she said were fake Danny Robertson YouTube profiles, but they were lives from that channel of you and Odell when y'all were going out to eat and shit. A lot of the same content we saw you put out there before. So if it's Danny Robertson's profile impersonating you, how were you and ODZ live from the profile? That would mean y'all either were with Danny Robertson and he or she was recording you, or that was you and you lied on Danny Robertson. Either situation can be true. Because hearing about Odell pulling up to Danny Robertson's house don't make no fucking sense for people that can't stand each other. That don't even sound right. That sound like some bullshit. Say nobody, yeah, she probably split it with Danny. They're not as enemies as like they like to portray. Exactly. She said, I heard she spent the money. Wait, spent what money? What y'all talking about? Let me scroll up. She spent it and can't account where it's gone. What? D, she got her subscribers to give her $1,000 to sue Danny Robertson. And now I was wondering how they had just all of a sudden came up with that money when Odell had emailed me and told me that he had successfully filed a lawsuit against Danny. That's interesting. Thank you for confirming. Because he admits it in our religion. I think he was made to partake in said rituals. He could have been one of the children that the grandmother chose. Thank you. I'm so glad you said it, because that's exactly where I was going with this. If it's true that Jaguar is a dark witch on that Illuminati pyramid, and if it is true that Tina Lawson allegedly is a grandmother on the pyramid, and we did all hear Tyler Perry refer to her as a matriarch, and that he was celebrating the matriarch, Tina Lawson, right after Candlemas, you guys. Literally right after it. How do we know that Sam is not an Illuminati child? How do we know that Jaguar's not an Illuminati child? Because that shit she said to Goomba definitely gave from experience, allegedly. And it was creepy to all of us. Because normal human beings don't think like that, let alone talk like that, let alone have that much insight and detail on how things go without having to ever have participated in said events. Allegedly. Gotta make sure on YouTube to constantly say that. You know, the grandmother, she goes and inspects the children to decide which ones become a part of the Illuminati and which ones get sacrificed. And they said that the grandmother then has the child that's not selected sacrifice, and they write the name of the child that is selected in blood. So if what people have accused you is true of you allegedly sacrificing Giovanni, and now Sam is getting exposure, even more so than you, what if? See, that's how I have to think with everybody. What if? I might really like this person, I may support this person, but what if I found out that they're with the shits? I'm gonna cut them off immediately. People kept asking me that shit about Flip. By the way, shout out to the Freestyle King. Which I do, from what I've experienced with him, I do believe Flip is who the fuck he presents himself to be. When it comes to spiritually, I know for a fact he is, based off conversations that we've had. And he does promote not selling your souls in booty holes and not aligning with the people who are in the darker realms of the industry. He actually talks about that a lot and has been for years. Also why I align with supporting him. Can't say that for you other artists. I can't even say that for Jaguar. Even though I prayed with her several times on panel, on mine, on hers, on Natanya's, on Maggie's, on other people's. Y'all couldn't understand why after the events of February 9th, I continued to pray for her. A lot of people made assumptions that Dee misses Jaguar and she wants to be realigned. I was praying for her because they were showing me what's coming for her. What's coming for all of them. And it's devastating. And even if they attracted it, it's still devastating. My duty spiritually as a high vibrational high priestess is to the angelic order and to the Most High God. It's not to any of you. That's why I can walk so unbothered, solo. Because I don't have to question my own authenticity. I don't have to question my own motives and agendas. I know who the fuck I am. The rest of y'all are all questionable, everybody across the board. But especially everybody in the industry. I don't believe any of you 100%. I believe there is some truth to a lot of your stories and your experiences, but I don't think it's 100% the way y'all try to tell the media it went down. I do believe there's a lot more to every one of your stories. And because the question of did she sacrifice Giovanni has been being asked for so long, and her adamancy of I would never do that. Even when I supported her, I even told y'all that's fucked up to be talking about her son. Until certain things start being presented that indicate that there could possibly be truth to that. And I can't overlook it. But when your son spoke on your relationship with Giovanni, I felt him. He's not lying. This is not AI. Sam said these things about you. I'm gonna get back to the rest of this because it's literally after 3 my time and I gotta get up early to take care of some stuff, but I want y'all to finish listening to that and remembering what I've previously have shown y'all. Oh, I already know she's watching. I know she's even watching right now. I know she's up right now. She's been watching. She trolls my channel just like she does everybody else's. You too, my good brother. I don't even think that she hopes to get. I think she's honestly already a part of it. That shit she said to Goomba, it gave it away. It's almost like a double agent blowing their own cover, being arrogant and honestly being influenced by low vibrational demonic forces, allegedly. That came from within her. Like literally, that came from within her. There's no way that you have that information without experience. It's just not possible. I don't think people are emailing you all these scripts to say. I think in a moment of vulnerability, you expose yourself. So now the only way to redeem yourself, full-blown Watergate, let me reinvent myself. Oh, now I'm a Christian and I'm a minister and I want to see you blessed. Everybody's like, you do realize she's trying to copy off of you being spiritual. Again, you can't duplicate authenticity, and you cannot be spiritual, high vibrational when you are truly of the dark. You will always end up exposing yourself. And unfortunately, the weak and the ones who just want to be led like sheep and the ones that just want someone to coddle and love them and feed them a whole bunch of bullshit to compensate their very fragile egos and their unhealed childhood trauma. Those are the ones that are the most vulnerable to cult leaders. Our churches that I grew up in were full of people like that. I always wondered that. Why are they always full of a bunch of us that have like suffered the same type of traumas? Well, probably because the shit was assigned to you. If you really think about how deep this rabbit hole goes, how do we know that those of us living aren't that all of us aren't goddamn Illuminati kids? That shit about them doing allegedly the child sacrifice and that information popping up on the JFK bloodline, the satanic bloodline and all that, that was a whole investigation by the author of that webpage. And I showed you guys that. I shared screen and showed you all of that. That's why I keep saying those that are new to my channel, definitely just work your way back on the videos, or really just start in January of this year. You'll see Jaguar come into my chat effective October 20th, 2024. That was on the Clash of the Titans review, because first I reviewed her virtual interview with Jonathan Hay on the blue couch. And then next I reviewed her interview with Orlando Brown because it was hilarious and epic and they really could have did magic together. But even according to Orlando, she did the same shit to him. And then had the audacity to brag about it on her The Jaguar Wright show on YouTube. You told the whole world that boy was like your son. And low-key flirted with him. It was always a weird dynamic there. And the next thing you know, you on your channel talking about how he could have got stomped out. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you always trying to hurt, harm, manipulate, and ship off people when you don't get your way? So you like a spoiled brat assassin, allegedly? Every time somebody piss you off, you try to, you know, have them get disappeared and shit? Because they don't do what you want them to do? Sounds like Napoleon complex, you know, the little short person that just has to always flex, because deep down inside they have this deep insecurity that people aren't going to like and or love them unconditionally. So let me present this false persona of what I want, of what I think they want to hear, instead of just being my genuine self. And if they like it, they like it, and if they don't, they don't. The people that are for you are going to accept you for who you are, and they're also going to hold you accountable when you're wrong. So because I supported you the way I did, I'm putting all the energy into investigating you the same way I am the rest of these people. Far as I'm concerned, your behavior, the allegations against you, the reports against you and Diddy and Jay-Z, they all have so far aligned. Now your son, I ain't gonna lie, when I first heard him just flat out call her a prostitute, I was like, well, goddamn, he didn't even try to sugarcoat this shit. He didn't try to say something softer, like my mom was an exotic entertainer, you know. I mean, he said it was all the judgment of someone who sounds like they have been conditioned by religion. That is the one thing I don't like, when he goes into the religious rant, just because I don't practice religion and I know the foundations of religion all have roots in Freemasonry and Luciferianism. At the end of the day, I do believe there's still hope for Sam. But he may have to temporarily sacrifice his relationship with you and or love you from a distance. Because at the end of the day, he said you would do whatever it took to steal even from family, allegedly. He said petty thefts from people that didn't agree with you or that didn't do what you wanted, and how you would heap up gold for yourself, even if it meant from your own sons, dead or alive. I do believe that's what he said. I may be accidentally misquoting it, but for a mother to take from her children, period, never made sense to me. But to take from your deceased child, allegedly, after so many of us felt sympathy for you at the loss of him, especially me seeing you lose your mind on those multiple videos, you know, throwing in the ashes, the actual what appeared to be demonic possession when you were there with Solar. Like, I don't know what you allegedly was on, but people said you allegedly you had been given some shit. From my experience performing exorcisms and clearing demonic energies and entities from people, what we witnessed during that video definitely sounded, looked, and felt like demonic possession. When she kept telling him to let her go, but her eyes would not connect with him. And he kept trying to bring her back. Come on, come back with me, come back. He knew she was gone. So when she gets in a low, vulnerable place, when she starts to feel really insecure, it's the lashing out, the constant calling. Then, you know, the calling all the bitches and Then talking about the mama getting chopped up and Nikki and the kids gonna get raped and bullets in their heads and they're gonna do it in front of you, then they're gonna do it to you, then they're gonna blame it on you. Like, this is a horrible play that you shouldn't know the script to, ma'am. Please make this make sense. You shouldn't even know the script to this. Good night, Cody. I'm just now seeing your comment. Thank you for tuning in, my love. I really thought about that. This is a horrible script you should never have been given. If you really did do the shit your son and other people are accusing you of. I remember at one point you were saying you might be better off locked up. And you talked about the little ministry you tried to start in Jaya and the singing. You also kept talking about, you know, all the POs and guards and shit. If that's where you're more comfortable, I mean, maybe that's why you told Diddy to snitch. I'm just trying to figure out why in the fuck you ever told Diddy to snitch and thought he wouldn't snitch on you. You say you witnessed and endured abuse at the hands allegedly of Diddy, Jay-Z, and you witnessed that Jay-Z and Beyonce allegedly were monsters. Those were your words, that they were worse than Diddy. Or as you said on Piers Morgan, a nasty little couple. You said on 2 Week, it takes one to know one. Miss Knowles is a matriarch. Sounds like she may potentially be a grandmother. So that would make your position either a mother of darkness, allegedly, or a sister of light, allegedly. And what I do see is that when you tap into the high frequency of the Most High God, you transition and you ascend. And your voice becomes an agent for healing. But outside of that, you are comfortable dwelling in the darker realms and the lower realms, because that's where you're used to feeling empowered the most, because they feed off of your trauma. They feed off of your vulnerabilities. I remember telling you that when I first started doing the spiritual warfare for you, I said, they are feeding off of how you feel about Giovanni. They're feeding off of your deep-seated guilt that you don't tell anybody about, but that you battle with inwardly. They're feeding off of all of your traumatic events that you've spoken about, but unfortunately haven't received healing to get over in a healthy way. So they're feeding off of all of that. And let's say it were to be true that you did allegedly sacrifice Giovanni, it would explain why you lose your mind every time anybody brings him up, if that is true, allegedly. Because that's like more intensified guilt. I told y'all, watching this interview definitely gave me a completely different perspective of what if it's possible that all of this shit is true. I think that's something more people need to start considering and preparing themselves to accept. Because if it was all fake, I just don't think this many people would be lying about it. Let me play the rest of this so I can end this live. And what I will do, I will come back later and do another live for readings. And if anybody before I end this live has a question that you want a spiritual answer to, or you would like a free reading, post it in the chat. Let me know, like, hey D, this is a reading question, ask your question. I'll give you an answer from the spiritual realm and from the gifts that I possess. And then if you have an additional question, you would put your donation of $11.11, or if you want to book a private 15-minute, 30-minute, or 1-hour consultation, I can do that as well. Once I receive your donation, I email you. We agree upon a day and time. I'll schedule it. You'll join panel with me and then have access to the link afterwards. So that is a service that I'm offering. And I specialize in high vibrational energy, you guys. So please do not come to me on no low vibrational requests. I'm not helping you locate a female that you think your dude is, cheating with. I don't do all of that. Now, if you want to know if he or she is cheating, yes, I can channel that, because just by looking at your life and see, there's ways that I can see what activity is going on strictly through you without having to ever have met the other person. So I'm a successful 35 plus year avid channeling psychic medium, and I've honestly never been wrong when I start seeing, especially people's past in the 5D. And I'm like, I described Cody's dad. I've never met his dad. I've never even met Cody in person, but I saw him clear as day in the 5D. The very first time that he even talked to me about his dad, I saw his dad. Just like how Giovanni showed up, so did his dad, and so did his great ancestor, Chief Lone Wolf. So channeling is something that comes to me naturally, and it's something that I know how to do in a way that promotes spirituality and healing, and not any sort of dark realm type of energy or request. I also don't channel people to locate them for anybody. That's not a service that I provide. Ancestral readings are strictly me channeling an ancestor of yours. If you have a question, let's say a mom, a dad, relative, child, sibling, spouse, girlfriend, boyfriend, let's say they pass and you have a question for them, I can channel them and get a divine message from them to you. And even though Jaguar did say the bullshit she said, when Giovanni channeled me, the things he was telling me are things I couldn't have possibly known, because I only followed you on Storm Monroe's channel, and you hadn't really been on there either. Like when he started having Messy Berry on there, that shit got like boring for me, so I stopped watching. So when it popped up in my notification when you did that last live with him, I was like, damn, I was like, he ain't did content with Jaguar in like 6 months. Like, what's up? So I knew something had to been going on, because I'm like, she barely been on this shit, but he got all these videos with Essie. Like, what the fuck? So when they was saying like, Storm had switched up on Jaguar and he aligned with people that she don't fuck with, that's according to Jaguar. But at the end of the day, I feel like all of y'all involved are equally wrong with how you've handled each other. No one's better than the other one. You guys have all handled your situations very shitty. Because the one thing y'all all forgot is that what we're actually supposed to be doing is promoting melanin excellence and unity in real time, and trying to overthrow all this bullshit, low vibrational, fear tactic, fear mongering type energy. We're actually supposed to step into our power right now, no matter what the circumstances look like. It's just circumstances. Whatever spiritual assignment you feel the Most High God gave you, now is the time to fulfill it. More than ever, because we are in the last days. It's not a conspiracy theory. We're legit living out the book of Revelations daily. And that mark is coming. Be thou prepared. Not be thou fear and lack. Just be prepared. And if you're not taking it, start learning how to live off the land. Motherfuckers want to be buying big ass houses with a whole bunch of empty ass rooms and shit and a bunch of cars they ain't gonna never fucking drive. Instead of thinking about, I might need to learn how to farm. I might need to purchase some acres of land. I might need to purchase some buildings so that when shit does hit the fan and we get off the grid, I can make sure we got multiple places to go and multiple resources to last for the 3 to 5 year span that the peace treaty is supposed to bring. But mark my words when I say it'll initially be a choice, and then after a while, just like with the jabs, it went from people, do you want to volunteer to get a jab? If not, then it's mandated. If you don't get a jab, you can't work. If you don't get a jab, you can't come in the store. Try to have us do that shit. I'm working from home transcribing patient charts. They're going to tell us we got to take a jab test. No, the fuck I don't. That's against my spiritual and religious beliefs. I don't believe in that. I'm not taking that. For what? I'm at home. I'm not talking to no guests. We talking on the phone. In my apartment. The fuck? Why I got to take a jab test? That's exactly how it's going. This is my opinion. That is what that was essentially, this is my opinion. It was essentially a fire drill of what it's going to be like when they do decide to implement martial law and they activate all of the FEMA camps that are already currently staffed with snipers, even while they're empty. Keeping in mind the HR 6566 clause in the Obamacare bill, preparedness for mass fatalities religious act, where, in the event of mass fatalities, they put all of our bodies in these incinerable cadavers, allegedly, and honor each individual person's religious or spiritual practice when death occurs. And then they were just showing how they're going to dump all the bodies in the and they even showed how they incinerate the human size, they call them cadavers, but they look like fucking coffins. This is not me being facetious in any way. The last time I saw any record of that behavior was when I had to watch Schindler's List in school. The gas chambers, the bullseye shootings, the ovens, the abductions. It's just history repeating itself. And more that satanic ritual calendar is looking like it's definitely not a conspiracy theory. Now we've got Jaguar's son giving the deets and a mighty good read. And she wants to holler AI. Not this time. No ma'am, no ham, no turkey. AI in the rendering, 1000%. I do see that. Thank God a couple of y'all saw it. But AI in terms of, I know my son didn't say that. No, I believe 1000% your son said this shit. He been wanting to say this shit for years. Thank God he finally found his voice. And I hope he keeps speaking his truth. And I hope that just as much as you use him for clout, he uses you for clout back. Because that's fucked up to record your 12-year-old son looking for your pocketbook. And you allegedly hid it intentionally to create that entire viral moment. I really, like I said, some of these accusations, bruh, I wouldn't put past you, but it's real fucked up. Because that means if you'll use your own child, you'll use anybody for content. Then you recording yourself flirting with the older white gentleman that was the constable was very cringe. This is an old man. While you're on live, flirting with him. Maybe you thought it was gonna make Goomba jealous or something, because I didn't understand. I was like, why is she? He ain't even cute. Like, why is she flirting? ooh, that's a handsome white. He was old and fat. Like, that show. I'm sorry. I guess we have people got different definitions. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I wasn't seeing it. However, I was looking at all of that as a pattern of behavior, and I said she would rather throw her son and her mother under the bus, publicly humiliate them by recording them standing outside on the street after having been evicted, than to spend any resources attained, whether from YouTube or other platforms, spend those resources to rehouse your son and your mother who's diabetic, and your son who you said is autistic. That's the other thing. You didn't think that an autistic, according to you at least, an autistic son could maybe have benefited from not being in an environment with you? Especially while you was going through all of that shit with Goomba, and then it was what, the TJ chick, and it just seems like you're running from person to person looking for love when it's actually supposed to be within you the whole time. Operation Bully, smear campaign when they don't do what I want. It's very childish, very immature for somebody your age who's damn near 50. Once I recognized all of the unhealed parts of the girl Jaguar, I understood the adult Jaguar more. It doesn't excuse the behavior, but I understand it. Because that's just a person who ain't never, been coached clearly on how not to be fucked up. And now your son is out here aligning with those that you say are your enemy and being more open with them than he is with you, and you have the audacity to get mad at anybody who reviews this content. So I fully know that you are and you're going to be watching, and I don't care. That's why I haven't moderated the chat. So Yvonne hates justice. Hi D, I found sorry not been here battling my PTSD. Hope everyone is well. Yvonne, no problem. And I want to encourage you not to claim PTSD, to replace the word battling with healing PTSD, because that's what all of us who deal with PTSD, we're healing it. That way you can declare and decree victory over it. And I'm definitely sending you energy of healing and peace and comfort, and above all, peace and divine protection and favor. I want you to be able to tap into your power and use your experience that you're going through right now to empower others later, and I believe that you will. Miss Lady Boss, Tasha makes me laugh. On this video, I ain't gonna lie, that shit was funny. The constant looks at the camera were hilarious. And with that being said, let me get back to the video. Because of course I'm gonna stop and give commentary, but I want y'all to finish hearing what Sam had to say.
Version.
I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell.
Please.
Dudes, I'm going to hell. Dudes, I gotta tell you something though, for real. You have your mother's gift of storytelling.
I am a writer. I am a very minor but somewhat self-trained music composer. Okay. And an artist. Okay. I have the gift of art flowing through my veins. Okay. So that much is most certainly a fact. And I am capable of painting together very narratives of sort.
I was gonna say, your mother, like, you guys have the same storytelling elements. I'm just
1850. Okay.
I'm going to
Please.
Dudes, I'm going to Dudes, I gotta tell you something though, for real.
The fact that she could not hold it together, I said, you know what? Tasha K ass was fucked up. Like, I can't take you serious ever again for another damn interview. Cause you just clowned the whole fucking, like literally you clowned the entire goddamn interview. Ma'am, your comedic outburst, while I appreciate it, was low-key kind of fucked up. Cause not you just laughed in this young man's face. Like, you know what, I cannot. And he's trying so hard to be so serious and adamant and intense, and she's just laughing like, oh, this nigga is serious. Oh, I'm gonna need you not to ever clown anymore of your guests. Oh shit. Even if it is people that you know. But I ain't gonna lie, I did enjoy that moment of laughter, because I was like, he is hella intense and he does talk just like Jaguar, but better. Jacqueline Brown, thank you so much for tuning in, my love. She said, I can hear them very well. Tasha definitely drunk. Like I said, she is fucked up. That's why I'm like, I'm gonna need you not to be drinking this much. Cause she like, I can't even hold it. I can't even hold it in. I can't even hold it. And I'm enjoying his intensity because I'm an intense Scorpio. So I'm enjoying, you know, just witnessing this very well put together read, as well as acknowledgement of his experience with his mom. Again, aligning with other people's accusations, allegedly. But the storytelling, Jaguar, he's outdone you. I'm just going to put it out there. Your son has truly learned from the best and become better than the best. Between the two of you, he's captivating. You're manipulative and annoying, quite honestly. He's captivating. Holy shit. Sometimes I forget I just be saying shit with no filter. But it is true, because times your ass do be annoying as fuck. Like, especially when you be trying to act like you and Cloudy and with y'all mean girl shit, but then be trying to play a victim later. No ma'am, I have no turkey. Then the annoying way you stalk everybody's channel that you say you hate and or don't fuck with. In retrospect, it's actually hilarious because it's just like, damn, you're so predictable. Then, you know, y'all, let's go pull up on everybody who's talking shit about me. I hope your ass is watching. I hope you learn some shit about yourself. I hope you learn some shit about your son. And I hope you take your son's pleads for you to just be his mom serious. Not to be Jaguar Wright. He said he loves Jacqueline Suzette Wright, but he abhors Jaguar Wright. I said, oh, that's a young man I can sit down and listen to. I've used that word, and ignorant niggas is like, is you calling me a whore? You know what, uneducated motherfucker? There is literally Google now. Growing up in my teenage years, you had to go to a library and check out an encyclopedia or a dictionary to look up a word you didn't know the definition to. There was no World Wide Web, y'all. Yes, I'm that seasoned from the generation of the AOL disc dial-up telephone bullshit. At the end of the day, if you don't, you can jump on ChatGPT and they will tell you everything. ChatGPT, what does abhor mean? It'll tell you immediately exactly what the fuck that shit means. So for y'all to be like, is he calling her a whore? Ignorant motherfuckers. It's not what it means. Just like the word peripheral is not peripheral. Your son knew how the fuck to read your ass the best. And I'm not gonna lie, this is the best roast I've seen all year. And I know he's not even doing it, I don't believe, at least, with the intention to roast her, but it's a good old read by such a young soul. And for that, sir, I'm very proud of you. Straight up.
You have your mother's gift of storytelling.
I am a writer. I am a very minor but somewhat self-trained music composer.
Okay.
And an artist.
Okay.
I have the gift of art flowing through my veins.
Okay.
So that much is most certainly a fact. And I am capable of painting together very narratives of sort.
I was gonna say your mother, like, you guys have the same storytelling elements. I love it. I love it.
The key difference with, yes.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead, dudes. I'm sorry. All right.
Now, those things I have kept separate with Jaguar Wright.
Okay.
As in her actions and her persona.
Okay.
As they say, hate the sin, not the sinner. Mm-hmm. And over these years, over this year and a half, I realized all the wrongs that my mother has struck upon me and has tried to do with me.
Okay. Like what?
To an all-encompassing degree, she's attempted to use me as a pawn, a weapon and shield against those whom she hates, including her own family, for her own purposes, to manifest her ideal reality into real life, and that is to be the hit star that she never was.
Oh.
Or at least the hit star that she tried to be, but was stolen away from her when those in a higher position used her as a sacrifice.
What do you mean a sacrifice?
I heard this from a member of my family,
Okay.
an aunt who I keep in contact with, and I'm pretty sure you can connect the dots to whom I'm talking about.
Okay, cool.
Basically, my mother is a pawn.
Okay, I was not trying to do that. I was trying to hit the pause button. I want to say it was around 18 minutes. This boy looked just like her ass, bruh. Hell, even the face on freeze. They call him Deuce, whatever. He looked just like Jaguar ass. Like, for real. Oh, I think I felt, that little spider trying to crawl on my bike. Yeah, he carries a lot of her frequency. Riri, that's a cute picture of you. I just had to zoom in because I was trying to get to the pause button, and I seen your profile picture is cute. I think a little bug and flew in here. Go on, take your ass on.
Faith, and to bring harm, or at worst, even death, upon members of our family.
Oh, really? I'm so sorry, dude. So sorry.
That's the Cliff Notes version.
I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell.
Please.
Dude, I gotta tell you something though.
Hey, yo, he looked just like her, bruh. Oh my God. It's crazy seeing the same exact facial expressions. No, he really does look just like Jaguar. My goodness, I just noticed it a lot. I mean, in the facial expressions, he got that shit down pat. Like, boy, it's like looking at essentially a boy version of her son. Damn. That's even more fucked up because it's the kid that's the most like you that's exposing your ass. He definitely the black sheep. Oh shit, he definitely the black sheep. But I ain't gonna lie, the way he's going in on her, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I don't feel like it's disrespectful at all. People like, the Bible says honor thy mother. The Bible also says do not provoke your children. The Bible also says to protect your children. Not allow your children to intern at the offices of men that you call monsters. Ma'am, that don't make no fucking sense at all. Jay-Z's a monster, but yet I let my oldest son intern at his label. So is he a monster, or is it because you got blacklisted and then they didn't want to fuck with your son either? Or did you agree to give up names of people? Because you know that's what when they got a pledge, that's what they gotta allegedly do. Give 5 names. Is that why the nervous breakdown? Is it because of the guilt? Or is it all bullshit and everybody's lying on you? Which you always say. I think it's time now for you to prove that instead of saying it. You got about 3 weeks, to come up with a convincing story and evidence. Can't wait to see your evidence. Because like I said, it's been, let's see. Oh yeah, it has been over 2 weeks since you filed that motion. Because you filed that motion on the 2nd. And it's now the 22nd. So it's officially going on 3 weeks since you filed that motion to be dismissed from the hearing. And I don't see them granting pardon. But again, I'm paying close attention to the docket updates. They send me emails and shit. So if they do end up signing off on your dismissal, I would just love to see why. Like, what was their reasoning? Because if they agreed to dismiss, I do believe that has to still be released in terms of the case. Saying that you were in jail. The reason that I believe her name, what is her name again? Is it Susan Price? I forget her name. I think I want to say it's Susan Price or whatever. Basically, the lady who is filing the appeal for the RICO and sex trafficking charges on Diddy, she's appealing it. Even with that, they tried to say, oh, well, statutes of limitations and the timeline is barred and all this other shit. Abuse is abuse. There's no expiration date on abuse. And why did they wait so long? Because of trauma, stupid motherfucker. If you had ever experienced that shit, you would know that. Imagine as a male, somebody sodomizes you. Do you think you're going to tell people? Why you think Young Thug was circulating on Instagram for snitching? Look, let me tell you, all y'all favorite rappers be taking dick and giving it, okay? And ain't nothing new. You haven't made a revelation or a new discovery, sir. All you did was repeat what everybody else been talking about for decades. The fuck out of here. Meanwhile, there's real news of a one-world currency system being implemented on an RFID grid, stolen from the analog UHF grid from the television before the digital revolution. So if you think that the implant of the chips in the hand is never going to be mandated, let's not forget the year of 2020. The year of surprises and the way that life changed during all of that. Being quarantined. People keep wondering why I can be cool not having gone outside. And I don't mean physically outside, I mean like outside in terms of going out. Because one, I need a break from all of y'all. Like, people don't understand that. When you have the gifts that I have, you need breaks often from humanity as a whole. You need to, quiet the mind, recharge, meditate. So if I know in my own company I am at peace, and there is nobody here to bother me or alter my energy or fuck with me or say anything or do anything negative, I want that every day, whether by myself or in a relationship. I require a lot of me time. It is nothing personal. It's not because I'm cheating. Like my ex-girlfriend used to always assume it's because I need to release myself of everybody else's frequency and reground and center myself. Listening to Sam Jr., I don't believe that he is under the influence. People were saying shit like that too. I don't believe that he's creepy. I think y'all are assholes that aren't even taking into consideration what he may be dealing with offline that causes him to have the speech pattern that he does, not to mention his mother is Jaguar Wright. So he has a lot of her cadence, but even more passion and conviction and courage to speak his truth. And I know there's a lot more he hasn't said. Hiding in buildings, hiding, in government safe houses or local safe houses, whatever. Hiding is not going to absolve any of you. It might help to delay case hearings, but it doesn't take away that you still have to be tried before a grand jury. I feel like it's time for the survivors to win, and it's time for all of the predators, all of the alleged accusers. They all need to be on lockdown. All these delays with hearings, and we have to wait till this date and we have to wait till that date. Meanwhile, people are still being victimized. I don't believe it's only children in the labyrinths underground. I definitely don't believe that. I know I had a premonition earlier today of, it was a movie I was watching. I don't remember the name of it, but they were doing exactly what I told you guys I saw with the children getting rescued from underground. It was like 440, either 440 or 444,000, somewhere around there, were getting pulled from underground up to earth. Then I saw it again tonight on one of the, I want to say it was Rick and Morty, but I can't remember which animated cartoon. But basically they were showing the same thing. Like, you basically have to be prepared to either literally get down or lay down or live without this system. I want people to hear me now so that y'all know to start preparing now. If you're not educated on certain things, educate yourself while there's still the freedom to do so. If you have extra funds, stock up on necessities that you know you're going to need. And start figuring out ways to make them from nature. I got to teach myself how to grow aloe vera leaves because I love using that for my feminine area wash and to shave. So that's just straight up a fresh product, like a fresh item type of a product. But our ancestors lived without the internet. They lived even without electricity sometimes. Not saying that we should, but what I am saying is If you have to go through a temporary transition of unpleasant situations, just learn from it and remember, you're not the first. Ancestors participated in sit-ins getting hosed down with fire hose that they said sometimes felt like bullets. Knocked the wind out of them. All because they didn't want to sit in a for colors only section. All of this stuff that I tell you guys about is exactly why I am the way that I am when it comes to this very subject of childhood trauma, sexual abuse, and physical and emotional and mental abuse. Because all of those low frequencies are what cause people to not step into their power. It is intentional to create a distraction from raising your frequency. If you can get everybody to start focusing on all their problems, you can create a society that amplifies low vibrational negative energy. Or if you can promote about faith, abundance, and really believe it, believe that you actually receive it, it will come to you. These people that have created these temples, all this shit. How the fuck the other pastor that they found out he was sexually abusing and assaulting the members physically at the church and detaining women in rooms. Again, same similar story that we've heard allegedly about the Diddy parties, allegedly about Mar-a-Lago, allegedly about Epstein. Same shit. But it's a pastor in a gigantic building in Mexico where they were accused of trafficking women, men, and children, and the pastor performing sexual rituals that are abusive on the members to keep them bound. That sounds a lot like what I've shown you guys on the Satanic Ritual Calendar with all those different, like the Satanic Revel celebration where they do, it's not blood sacrifice, but it is a sexual sacrifice, and it says oral, anal, vaginal, any age, male or female. That means that they are sexually abusing any age, male or female, and in some cases, human or animal. Now, I'm all for kink and primal cosplay and all of that, but waiting a certain time to include a ritual of abuse that inflicts abuse on any sort of infant, toddler, young child, teenager, man, woman, or animal is just morally wrong. So I know they had everybody had mixed emotions about Sam interviewing with Tasha K. My first question, and has been and always will be, why? Whose idea was it? When did this get decided? And are they planning any additional ones? I definitely want to see if I can figure out a way to successfully stream the Making of a Bad Boy documentary. If it's possible for me to do that, then definitely we'll do a watch party with it. But I kind of really want to watch it first on my own, just so I know what to prepare myself for. Because with that Pizzagate documentary, none of us saw coming some of those scenes, and some of those scenes were traumatizing for me, and I don't want to see or feel that energy. I would rather feel that person's healing. People can say that the Illuminati is a conspiracy theory all they want. Usually the only people saying that are the ones allegedly involved. Because they don't want you reaching too many people where they start believing and researching themselves and find a lot of the same answers. Do you guys think that it's possible that Jaguar could have participated in any sort of satanic ritual? And do you think it's possible that there could be some truth to the rumors about the safe houses she offers women actually being places where women are allegedly being trafficked? If you guys think that any of that's possible, put a Y in the chat. Next, do y'all think she was legit trying to traffic me when she offered me the safe house earlier this year? I've been saying that. She said, hold on, what did the comment say? Your voice is so soft, that's why I can't hear you very well. Because I don't have on the Bluetooth. With the Bluetooth, it's louder, but I found that my Bluetooth headset was causing complete loss of audio. And I'm shifting, holding my phone because leaning forward was hurting my back. So yeah, sometimes my voice might fade in and out if I'm doing like a neck stretch or something like that. But I believe she was a willing sacrifice and not a holy and acceptable one unto God for your reasonable service, but to these other deities. And that's where you ain't supposed to be doing that. She said he is her double. Interesting. Okay, thank you for the whys, because I'm like, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like, yeah, you definitely could be the type that would participate in allowing a sacrifice. Maybe you didn't, participate firsthand, or maybe you did. But if you knew that your son had been approached to sacrifice you and he didn't, if he did any sort of initiation with them, he's going to be required to do some things that he doesn't want to do, much like what I believe they had you doing that you didn't want to do. And once they got him like that, some people I've heard say she was given a choice. She was given a choice between him or her, allegedly. And they said that allegedly, initially, Jaguar's response was about, deposits and payment and all of that. And also what had went viral, allegedly. I can understand when a person inundates themselves to their online presence. And it's another thing when you try to be, consistent. But when your whole life revolves around validation from this app, that's when you need to reevaluate your self-worth. Because at the end of the day, Jaguar, again, this is your son that decided to do this interview. I don't believe he was coerced, like you tried to say. I don't believe he was forced. I don't believe someone bribed him. I think he saw an opportunity that was both positive and negative, because there were some positive, but then some negative perceptions as well, because people are people and they're going to judge according to how they feel you should do things. What I would love is for you to explain why you think your son did this interview in the first place without making it be about clout chasing and how Danny Robertson's out to get you and all this other shit. Outside of everybody else, why do you think your son chose to go on her platform and sit with him or her? Because again, I don't know their gender. I don't want to misgender. But why? Does somebody you say is your sworn enemy, why the fuck? And now you gonna talk about suing your son? That also might be why you are in the current position you in right now too. Like I said, it ain't just me you fucked over. You shitted on your own, including your own seed. And it's just a matter of time before everyone falls away one by one. And people are going to start speaking their truth, and people are going to start saying that you allegedly threatened their lives at some point and now they want to get justice. I think Sam has a lot more to share, but he is calculated and he is calculating the best time to do it. I don't think what he has said in this interview is a first and last situation. I feel like there's going to soon be a continuity of this first video. And for all we know, there already is, and maybe they're still editing it, but regardless, I keep wondering, what did he witness that made him start to hate you so much? Did he feel like you chose other men over him? Like, I'm just really trying to figure out, why did he feel so betrayed? I'm going to play the rest of this, and then I'm going to have to end the live because of the time. But I'm going to be honest. This definitely is not going to be the last time I speak on this. I'll probably do an extended, more than likely I probably will do an extended later tonight. And then, like I said, while I'm playing the last parts of him speaking, I'm going to pop over once it completes on this side. I'm going to pop over to YouTube, listen to the audio, because again, I can't hear it in the StreamYard mobile studio. So I'll be over there for a few minutes. During that time, if any of you have questions that you want a free psychic reading response to, put that in the chat and make sure you put in there, D, this is a reading question, so that I'm aware that that's what you're asking. That way, you know, if you have additional questions, then after that, it is a donation amount of $11.11, the angel number, and a 15-minute reading is angel number 4444. 30-minute video consultation is angel number for abundance 8888, and for the 1-hour video consult, it's 14444. So your first question will be free. You can ask any question in the chat, and I will give you a psychic reading answer. And then any additional questions is a donation amount of $11.11. Trying to say shit too fast. So she said, holding the phone to my ear. My voice is starting to go a little bit because I do think there might be some little elements of mold in this room, and I cut off the AC because one, it's loud as shit and I don't want y'all to hear it in the background. Plus two, I breathe better without that. She said, Miss D, you hold a most high God gift. Of course, she would try to put you in the dark world with them. And that's the thing that so many people pointed out to me. They said it seemed like the more our alignment ascended in vibration, the more she just found a reason to sabotage it. But then it's like, it ain't even just me. This is just what she does with everybody, you know? And if they can't pull the powerful into the dark, then they try to come for the powerful, not realizing all you're going to do is come for yourself. So I don't even try to convince people anymore. Do whatever you feel you need to do. At the end of the day, I am always divinely protected. I am always provided for. Things always work out for me somehow. And I always end that with gratitude. Thank you for my help. Thank you for my assistance. Thank you for my provision. Thank you for my healing. Thank you for my breakthrough. Thank you for my new opportunities. Thank you for divinely aligning me with my divine masculine so he can finally unlock the floodgates of frustration for years and get actual sexual healing with a high vibrational, somebody healed son, not somebody unhealed son. Yeah, at my age, it ain't about your looks and your dick. It's, are you healed? Because can I live with your ass? Like, I'm so serious. Can I live with you? Because I like living alone because I ain't got to worry about nobody fucking with me. So that's how I, like, when I think about people who's, you know, always doing these fake ass relationships and shit for clout, and then behind closed doors, they can't stand each other and shit. I remember all the times they broke out in arguments when we were aligned and I'm trying to make excuses. Well, you know, people are just tired, and nah, motherfuckers was legit going back and forth. So, and not to say that don't happen, because it does, but there's still a way to handle it. And jumping off panel or ending alive Jaguar was definitely not the way. I remember all them times you got pissed off at Odell and then would just end alive. Like, what about the rest of us? Hell, we wasn't finished talking about the subject at hand and shit. So I think before you try to travel down that marriage road again, make sure that this is a man you actually respect enough to try to be submissive to, because I just don't think you possess, you're a dominatrix. Unless you are identifiably a dom switch, I don't think you have the capability to be subjugated or made to feel subjugated in a connection. I think you would break free and break out. So at the end of the day, you can say what you want about D, but I don't have even, I got shit going on, but nothing like this shit here. You getting lawsuits here and there, you getting named in this case. Everybody you were in alignment with, y'all turned on each other, just like I told y'all at the end of February was gonna happen. And what I think also is weird, for those of y'all that claimed you left my channel because for whatever reason that honestly I don't care, why when you run into me, it's like, oh, what happened didn't happen. No, motherfucker, I still remember what you said and did. So that, of course, there's a level of precaution with any sort of connection, which doesn't mean that, oh, you acting funny. No, I'm trying to make sure your ass ain't. When I look at Sam's body language, his communication style, his eye flutters, his facial expressions, his inflections, his energy shifting, AI in the rendering. I don't think there's AI in his vocal, and that is what she was trying to adamantly prove. Damn, now that I think about it, they did ask me for, Musty had asked me about if I thought, excuse me, that this interview was AI, and I told him, I said, I ain't even seen it, because again, I don't watch Tasha K's channel. I haven't watched her channel since she fell out with Storm. Outside of tonight for this. And well, actually, no, I take that back. I did see a couple of videos when the Cardi B shit was heightening up even more. And just even her ignorance with that, continuing to fuck with Cardi B when Cardi B kept warning her and asking her to stop, and she wouldn't. I don't be feeling empathy for people like that. Ambush journalism. I don't feel no empathy. Now, facts versus fiction is the reason that I research things, everything the way that I do. Any group of people, whether it is Holly weird people, church people, music industry people, education, military, government, when it is that large of a collaborative body of people, there's a whole lot of running around. Or run around, because there is people who are strategically planted to, act essentially. And then there are people that are actually sent to carry out certain, as they say, blood sacrifices, but the Most High God in heaven does not require a blood sacrifice for you to get in heaven. It's not even a thing up there. I wonder how long you're gonna go, Jaguar, before you finally decide to actually tell the truth for real. I just wonder how far are you willing to go to keep up an image? There are also people out in these YouTube streets alleging that at Mar-a-Lago, they said she and other people were made aware about allegations of children being locked in certain rooms, allegedly. And I love South Park, and I love that they had chosen that episode to reenact. So I'm going to have to probably... At the end of the day, the whole point to this is you have spent the last couple of years trying to convince everybody that all these people on YouTube have been coming for you, especially Danny Robertson. Then it was, Tasha K, and then everybody else. I think for those of us that did blindly support her, it's safe to say that unfortunately, who we thought she is just isn't who she's ever going to be, and just chalk it up to that. Hold her accountable. Make sure everybody gets justice. And don't blindly follow a person just because you don't realize you've been bewitched. For all we know, Jay-Z and Diddy could be brothers and sisters of light on the same level of a pyramid, allegedly. For all we know, Ariel Mitchell Kidd is being paid allegedly by Diddy and Jay-Z. And there is another case that turned up real suspect. Was it the Sarah Rivers chick or was it Parham? It was one of them that basically was like, they want the full force of every ounce of penalty to be thrown at Diddy for the RICO and sex trafficking allegations. She said that she supplied ample enough evidence, but they dismissed her case with prejudice as frivolous accusations. Those accusations were horrific. I don't understand how anybody could call it frivolous. Again, anybody involved in this shit, if it's starting to look like ain't no hope for you to get justice, start creating it yourself. But don't wait on nobody to create justice for you. Your son put all of this out here for a reason. And I'm going to be honest with you, Jaguar. I really believe it was solely to get your attention. Not even so much everybody else, but specifically yours. Jacqueline said, I think that he's... Hold on. Oh, wait, it's not showing it. Okay. I think that he's a shifter between staying on track. I watched his body movements and he began to stutter. Yeah, I do think he might suffer from autism. Like I said, Jaguar said he's autistic. He says he's not. But he does, exhibit similar symptoms. And really none of that matters. None of that, means that what he's saying lacks intelligence or, oh, I'm not going to believe him because he might be autistic. It's not some disease that causes you to lose. It's not a condition that causes you to, how do I want to word that? Causes you to lose out on anything in life. I feel like if more people looked at intention with everybody, there'd be a whole lot more clarity, a whole lot more authenticity, and a lot less of people trying to create personas for YouTube. You got one persona for YouTube, one for TikTok, one for Instagram, one for Facebook, one for your family, one for you just got all these different personas. And just so y'all know, in the spiritual realm, a persona is considered a familiar spirit. So ask yourself, why do you need so many multiple versions of you? Why did you want everybody in the world believing you were this whistleblower if you allegedly have been participating in it? According to Diddy. And again, Ariel Mitchell Kidd. She represented, I think, both of these women, if I'm not mistaken. I know her name definitely came up in the Susan Rivers, I believe that's her name. Definitely came up in that. And that Judge Ratkoff. She's like, they didn't even take reasonable time to review my request, which is why she's appealing all of it. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if we're ever going to hear from an alleged Jaguar Wright victim. But what I do know is that the people that have already come forward, that's more than enough to keep Diddy and everybody involved behind bars. Diddy is not the only person that should be sitting in MDC right now, in my opinion. The roles that people have said J-Lo allegedly played are also extremely disturbing, because her role, if it's true what they're saying, definitely coincides with the dark Santeria type of behavior and energy. Diddy, I mean, at some point I feel like him and Usher had to have had more than a platonic relationship, allegedly, just because of their extreme bromance. That whole situation with Diddy and Usher, and him saying how he woke up every morning with Usher to fight over the Frosted Flakes, even though Usher was 10, I believe, when he came to live with him. It kind of allows you to see how much this behavior was probably presented to Diddy as normal. Because again, the previous live where I reviewed all the video content out there of Janice Combs and him kissing on the lips and them alleging that she's his biological mother, then, you know, other articles, news articles are saying no, she's actually his aunt. And when I first told him, like, hey, I just don't think an adult male should be kissing his mom on the lips. Why the fuck is his mom getting a drip? And why the fuck does his mom still... Why does she got white nail polish on her fingernails? Like Cassie said all of them had to have. So Diddy, you know, could have the contrast while they do all this shit. Again, in my opinion, another dry snitch on yourself moment. You don't want people to think that it's possible that you could have allegedly drugged these women and men and minors, allegedly. But yeah, it's like you want everybody to just forget their experience when all their experiences sound exactly the same. And again, that picture of you with Cassie was extremely demonic. The thing with you and Jaguar is that when y'all decide to get on demon time, that's when they're able to use you as a weapon. But the crash always usually involves some level of sorrow, crying, or even possibly lashing out, you know. Jaguar, did you initially reach out to Sam to ask him why he did this interview, or did you solely reach out to him to tell him that you were suing him for doing this interview? I'd like to know which question, like, what's the correct answer? Because I'm just saying, like, how do you have a whole son out in these YouTube streets and social media streets giving the tea, but also watching him relive trauma, and that part is extremely unfortunate. Actually seeing the effects that you've had on him as a spiritualist, it makes me feel for him. So I'm going to keep praying for Sam. But you, ma'am, choose the right side. Because once they allegedly mandate this, it's going to be a whole different world then. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you, my good brother. Miss D, he's telling what he's going through with his mom, but also I watch how she got angry when she called B out as being the one that unalived Kathy, but Jay cleaned it up. You know, she was pretty adamant that she felt like she said Beyonce allegedly took out Kathy White. But here's the thing about that, y'all. Jaguar definitely ain't the only person that's been saying that. So I wouldn't dismiss it. It's just that maybe certain things are being revealed but have not been fully revealed. I want to know, when you said on Piers Morgan that Jay-Z and Beyonce were a nasty little couple, why? Can you say, explain why you feel that way? Did you have firsthand experience with him actually sexually assaulting you? Is the story that you've told for some years about him threatening you with a box cutter, is that real? I think your son is the one that has all the real truth. Now, I did just hear incentivize, so yes, somebody is incentivizing him to do these, but he's doing this of his own volition, because the energy I'm picking up from him is that he's tired of hearing people give you accolades for things when he knows behind closed doors what really goes on. You can't. People think they can, but no, you can't sue a person for speaking their truth. Bay taking out Kathy has been the long-running rumor for over 10 years. Exactly, that's nothing new. Jag was just bold enough to speak it out loud on YouTube. Exactly. Which says even more. And it seems like she wanted to be the chosen one when it comes to Jay. She wanted to be Jay chosen one. I'm starting to wonder if that's true myself. When some of y'all had told me that Jaguar had did a live reminiscing on that song, Song Cry, that she did with Jay-Z years ago, Y'all looked very cozy in that pose. Really, in all of them. And your eyes were always really wild. There's just, I ain't gonna hold you. It's too many signs, bruh. It's too many signs pointing to this could be a real reality. And they gonna keep trying to hide it long as they possibly can. But again, you cannot hide from God. It will be the Most High God exposing it, even if certain of us are used and certain of us aren't. Babylon is falling. London Bridge has been falling. I just remembered I said that in January. Specifically on January 13th, I remember saying that. Okay, I'm getting a download. That's why the silence for a minute. Wow, okay, so I just got a download. They said the European Union is basically being used to promote and try to gain, how do I say, I don't want to say subscribers, but just new followers, essentially. When it comes down to what a person values, people who are so used to getting attention will place value in receiving negative attention over value reconnecting, healing, and improving their parent-to-child relationship. Just because your child is grown does not mean your child is healed from the childhood trauma that they went through. And more often than not, especially in our community, we're encouraged not to talk about it. What goes on in this house stays in this house, and so does trauma and toxic energy and a bunch of unhealed shit. If the goal is to break the generational curse, then the acknowledgement of the curse in the first place is a requirement, not for you to live in denial. On that note, it's almost 5 a.m. my time, so I will do an extended later tonight, possibly. I'm very tired. That's why also my thoughts are starting to slow down. I want to thank everybody who did tune in to this live. And thank you to those who have recently subscribed and to those who may have subscribed during this live or after watching it. Thank you. Y'all don't forget to follow me and hit subscribe on Rumble. If you're ever on live with me from YouTube or TikTok and they take down the live, just come right over to Rumble. Everything's always under a multi-stream. For the next live, I might do it from the actual Rumble app. I'm not sure, but either way, you guys should get the notification once I get it set up. Parents, I would say just try to do right by your kids, because when you don't and they get grown, they gonna speak their truth, and it may make you look horrible, even if it is the truth. And don't be getting mad at your child for speaking their truth because of how it makes you look. When your concern should have been from jump the health and safety of your child, not your image. I'm gonna finish it later, and actually, and it's 4:44 a.m. Thank you, ancestors. Thank you for the divine confirmation. I gotta put that in the chat. Right when I get ready to go in, they send this quadruple confirmation, which also equals to 8888, which is the abundance angel number. I love that. Right on the clock. So we'll listen to the remaining few minutes of what Sam said, but I want to know what y'all think so far of what you've heard from him. How do you feel about it? And you can put it in the chat, or you can even put it in, comments after the live ends, because I actually really do enjoy our interaction. Plus, I enjoy looking at the different perspectives. Now, anybody coming into the chat, any troll coming into the chat talking about free Diddy and all that stupid hoe ass shit, you will be immediately blocked, banned, and reported. So save yourself the bullshit by not even posting that shit in the chat, because as soon as I see it, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Report it, block, and delete. This channel is for those who are seeking the truth. This channel is for those who are looking for spiritual guidance. This channel is for those who are seeking to raise their vibration. It is not for all that extra bullshit that is irrelevant. So again, thank you to those who tuned in. For those, since again, I do not use super chats or super stickers or memberships, if you would like to support my channel, my Cash App and Venmo is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And donations to support my channel are appreciated. They are directly, spent on living expenses, as well as content and software for what I am producing and editing and putting out there. I want to know how y'all feel about Sam. How do you feel even with the editing analysis review? How do you feel about his energy? How do you feel about his intentions? How do you feel about Jaguar now, having heard his perspective or his thought process behind their relationship, or her as a parent as a whole? I want to hear your feedback to know, what do you see when you watch Sam? Do you think it was AI altered, or do you agree that it wasn't, and that Sam, actually said all these things? Pop down in the chat, pop down in the comments, and when I come back later today, I'll do the readings, opportunities, and then all of that, because I'm tired, y'all. I'm extremely tired. I need to go to sleep. So I'm going to go ahead and end the live. Thank you for tuning in. Again, for those who have not, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to follow me on Rumble. Shout out to all the new DzPeepz. Thank you for your support. Don't forget to like the video as well and share. Y'all have a beautiful day.